la 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 la, it's all downhill from here.
Great.
It's all downhill from here. You're at the top, look at you, time to get a job and then grow old and then die. It's all downhill from here.
Okay, now ladies, let me hear you say seniors rule.
Seniors rule, seniors rule. Fellas, let me hear you say done with school.
Done with school, done with school.
Now
Now all my jocks, let me hear you say we're so cool. We're so cool, we're so cool.
Now everybody let me hear you say,
I am alone, though I do not yet realize that I am casting off into a sea of darkness lit only by unfamiliar faces casting their judging light upon me and the seafloor miles below. I am alone. As I unhitch from the mothership, I cast my anchor into the deep. I am but a prince in a kingdom of sorrow.
I am alone.
it's all downhill from here.
Good day, I'm Kitty Catwoman 231 at the MBS Broadcast Center in Central City. On July 13th, 9 years to the day after the MRT first came online, Frempel initiated a private voice conversation with moderator Vulpicula after a disagreement in server chat. About an hour later, Vulpicula left the server for good. By the end of the week, Frempel announced he was going on an extended leave of absence. Throughout that week, we learned more about what happened during the conversation and what happened long before it that culminated in an explosive result. The catalyst of the events of July 13th was a disagreement between Frempel and Vulpicula over unnecessary and non-serious use of the /kick command, specifically over whether it is appropriate for moderators
all see that it's a lie. 'Cause we always give it one last try. Yeah, you've watched me break 1,000 times. Now I'm all alone, 'cause you never show. You say you will, but then you don't. That's how it goes. Don't wanna know. I'm turning off my mind so I get by. I just wanna be happy, happy tonight. Do you remember how you held me then? Now you've got me reaching out. And do you see you got me falling in more times than I can get out. Down in the deep of my mind, I crawl for you and you're always inside. Down in the deep of my mind, how long do I got to keep you, to keep you? Down in the deep of my mind, I crawl for you and you're always inside. Down in the deep of my mind, trying so hard not to keep you, to
la 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 la, it's all downhill from here.
Great.
It's
why we can't have
all
nice things.
downhill from here. You're at the top, look at you, time to get a job and then grow old and then die. It's all downhill from here.
Okay, now ladies, let me hear you say seniors rule.
Seniors rule, seniors rule. Fellas, let me hear you say done with school.
Done with school, done with school. Now all my jocks, let me hear you say we're so cool. We're so cool, we're so cool.
Now everybody let me hear you say,
I am alone. Though I do not yet realize that I am casting off into a sea of darkness lit only by unfamiliar faces casting their judging light upon me and the seafloor miles below. I am alone. As I unhitch from the mothership, I cast my anchor into the deep. I am but a prince in a kingdom of sorrow.
I am alone.
it's all downhill from here.
Good day, I'm Kitty Catwoman 231 at the MBS Broadcast Center in Central City. On July 13th, 9 years to the day after the MRT first came online, Fremple initiated a private voice conversation with moderator Vulpicula after a disagreement in server chat. About an hour later, Vulpicula left the server for good. By the end of the week, Fremple announced he was going on an extended leave of absence. Throughout that week, we learned more about what happened during the conversation and what happened long before it that culminated in an explosive result. The catalyst of the events of July 13th was a disagreement between Fremple and Vulpicula over unnecessary and non-serious use of the /kick command, specifically over whether it is appropriate for moderators
they all see that it's a lie. 'Cause we always give it one last try. Yeah, you've watched me break 1,000 times. Now I'm all alone, 'cause you never show. You say you will, but then you don't. That's how it goes. Don't wanna know. I'm turning off my mind so I get by. I just wanna be happy, happy tonight. Do you remember how you held me then? Now you've got me reaching out. And do you see you got me falling in more times than I can get out. Down in the deep of my mind, I crawl for you and you're always inside. Down in the deep of my mind, how long do I got to keep you, to keep you? Down in the deep of my mind, I crawl for you and you're always inside. Down in the deep of my mind, trying so hard not to keep you, to keep you.
La 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 la, it's all downhill from here.
Great.
It's
why we can't have
all
nice things.
downhill from here. You're at the top, look at you, time to get a job and then grow old and then die. It's all downhill from here.
Okay, now ladies, let me hear you say seniors rule.
Seniors rule, seniors rule. Fellas, let me hear you say done with school.
Done with school, done with school.
Now
Now all my jocks, let me hear you say we're so cool. We're so cool, we're so cool.
Now everybody let me hear you say,
I am alone, though I do not yet realize that I am casting off into a sea of darkness lit only by unfamiliar faces casting their judging light upon me and the seafloor miles below. I am alone. As I unhitch from the mothership, I cast my anchor into the deep. I am but a prince in a kingdom of sorrow.
I am alone.
it's all downhill from here.
Good day, I'm Kitty Catwoman 231 at the MBS Broadcast Center in Central City. On July 13th, 9 years to the day after the MRT first came online, Fremple initiated a private voice conversation with moderator Vulpicula after a disagreement in server chat. About an hour later, Vulpicula left the server for good. By the end of the week, Fremple announced he was going on an extended leave of absence. Throughout that week, we learned more about what happened during the conversation and what happened long before it that culminated in an explosive result. The catalyst of the events of July 13th was a disagreement between Fremple and Vulpicula over unnecessary and non-serious use of the /kick command, specifically over whether it is appropriate for moderators
They all see that it's a lie, 'cause we always give it one last try. Yeah, you've watched me break 1,000 times. Now I'm all alone, 'cause you never show. You say you will, but then you don't. That's how it goes. Don't wanna know. I'm turning off my mind so I get by. I just wanna be happy, happy tonight.
Do you remember how you held me then? Now you've got me reaching out. And do you see you got me falling in more times than I can get out? Down in the deep of my mind, I crawl for you and you're always inside. Down in the deep of my mind, how long do I got to keep you, to keep you? Down in the deep of my mind, I crawl for you and you're always inside. Down in the deep of my mind, trying so hard not to keep you, to keep you.
la la la, it's all downhill from here.
Great.
It's
why we can't have
all
nice things.
downhill from here. You're at the top, look at you, time to get a job and then grow old and then die. It's all downhill from here.
Okay, now ladies, let me hear you say seniors rule.
Seniors rule, seniors rule. Fellas, let me hear you say done with school.
Done with school, done with school. Now all my jocks, let me hear you say we're so cool. We're so cool, we're so cool.
Now everybody let me hear you say,
I am alone, though I do not yet realize that I am casting off into a sea of darkness lit only by unfamiliar faces casting their judging light upon me and the seafloor miles below. I am alone. As I unhitch from the mothership, I cast my anchor into the deep. I am but a prince in a kingdom of sorrow.
I am alone.
it's all downhill from here.
Good day, I'm Kitty Catwoman 231 at the MBS Broadcast Center in Central City. On July 13th, 9 years to the day after the MRT first came online, Fremple initiated a private voice conversation with moderator Vulpicula after a disagreement in server chat. About an hour later, Vulpicula left the server for good. By the end of the week, Fremple announced he was going on an extended leave of absence. Throughout that week, we learned more about what happened during the conversation and what happened long before it that culminated in an explosive result. The catalyst of the events of July 13th was a disagreement between Fremple and Vulpicula over unnecessary and non-serious use of the /kick command, specifically over whether it is appropriate for moderators Hello and welcome to our viewers on MBS to MBS News live coverage of the public portion of the General Staff meeting. We are just waiting a minute here for the staff to arrive, but the public portion will be beginning momentarily.
Why am I hearing snoring noises? Or is that from Minecraft?
I'm not hearing any of it.
I'm gonna turn Minecraft off, so.
The sound of people laying down with the GSM button.
Ah, okay.
Plug-in, not button.
Well, same thing. Misa, don't forget that you can just join as a speaker. You should have the ability to do that.
Mhm.
Click that button.
You just gotta hit your thing down at the bottom.
Yes.
There we go.
Yes.
Okay. All right,
Hey.
everyone's here. Ah, okay. Oh my God, Otto. Okay, so can someone get rid of the armor? Well, the armor stands right here that have stupid long names. The Shadow Point Highway Patrolman, and Elite. Not put them there again, please. Thank you. Okay. Reminder that if you need to talk in meeting live from in-game, it's /E. Okay. Is MBS live? Okay. Excellent. Cool. Welcome everybody to the August 2021 General Staff meeting. We are doing this meeting in Larkspur because that's what the random location generator decided that where we're going to do the meeting. I will point out as a housekeeping note, you will see if you're seated in the chairs, if you look to my right, your left, there's this giant board here that's got a bunch of concrete on it. There's nothing on this side because of space constraints and because we don't want to cause too much structural damage. So if you get out of your seats and you go around to the other side, then you will actually be able to see that we will be posting votes on that board as we go. So hopefully that will make it a little bit easier to keep score of everything as we're going on. Speaking of things that we actually need to use this board for, we're going to jump right into the private portion. We got a couple things that we need to announce. So number one is the Premier City Reviews. We did have one candidate city that was submitted to us. MC Protocol submitted the city of Redwood for review. The vote came down as 9-0 for. Congratulations, Protocol. Redwood is Premier. Protocol, if you could actually hit your request to speak button if you would like to read your speech. Well, I set your rank.
Already got it.
Oh, you already got it. Yeah, Protocol. There we go. We'll set it twice. So I can do this. And
So nice it's been set twice.
oops. There we go. All right. Protocol, congratulations. The floor is yours.
All right. Hi, guys. All right. I'm going to read this letter. It's going to take a little bit, but it should be also a bit quick, too. So, hi, my name is MC Protocol, but most people call me Protocol, or in real life, most people call me Mills. Growing up as an only child with parents who tried their hardest to make sure I succeeded in life, I had a lot of pressure on me. Sometimes inner conflicts came up in my family where it was like really absolutely the worst and not the greatest. because of that situation that occurred, I often locked myself away, and sometimes resulted in me not having that many friends growing up. But one of the solutions my parents did do was give me an Xbox, and I ended up playing Minecraft on there, where I would make a server that would have cool transit that would take you around similarly to like the MRT. That server that I made sort of sparked my social interaction with people in middle school, and around February 2014, in like the 8th grade, my mom gave me a gift card that contained a little Minecraft account code, and later on, around I believe it was February 4th, I would join the MRT for the first time ever. When I joined for the first time, I reminisce really kind of a lot about what happened that day. A lot of the people that I met were really nice, and around a couple hours later after I left, I would do the member application, and about 2 days later, I would get accepted as a member on the server by someone who I used to watch a lot as a kid, who was a former admin named Thomas Spy. Pretty sure I lost it that day. So yeah. Anyway, going through the year, I would make two cool towns called Frost City, and then another one around the MRT Red Line called Centennial. Centennial was really like the first town I made at the time. That was really uniquely designed, which eventually led into a town I would build later that year called Victorian City, on a new world, ironically called the New World. The New World still, as of this moment, when writing this letter, is where everything kind of skyrocketed for me creatively. And at the time, it was also the time when I entered high school as like a freshman. For the next couple of years, during high school on the MRT, I would make a lot of amazing towns on the server. Victorian City was my first one, which is now Covina. Rockshire was my next city. One of them was called Mapleland, but I gave that to Cece. Then one of the cities I ended up creating was a city called Victoria, or Port City of Victoria. Then a town called Dana Point, which is now part of Arcadia. And all of those towns sort of pinnacleized into a town that we know now as Redwood. Redwood is and probably will be the last city I ever designed on the MRT, considering that everything I designed in that town is sort of fitting in a way. It's really the peak when it comes to attention and detail, really referencing pop culture, architecture, roads, and city planning. It's also a love letter to the place I live around, which is California. And you can kind of see that with all the references that are noted in the town. I will say to those visiting the town, I hope you can walk around and find cool little things that are presented, because it's definitely amazing to walk around in this town. And I hope you make sure that you have a lot of time out on your hands to kind of look around, because you're definitely going to need it. It's a really big town. And finally, to kind of end this letter off, to my friends and the people I consider family on the server, I just want to say thank you. So just for existing, and whether you're a regular member, someone I know in real life, or someone new who just joined the server for the first time, hope you live life to the fullest in one way or another. To former mods, current moderators slash admins, I do want to say thank you for all the work and service and kind of letting this community exist. The server's gone and it came through for me when things weren't like the easiest. But this server and the towns I built helped me grow up along the way. Once again, thank you so much. I hope you guys all live and enjoy your life to the fullest. Keep moving forward. Protocol.
Thanks, Protocol. Congratulations on the promotion up to Premier, and what an amazing city. I can tell you that you'll see in the comments. Redwood was probably one of the cities that we've been waiting for to apply for Premier for a while. It took us probably all of 2 minutes to decide what we were voting on, and we spent the rest of the review just gushing over all the fun stuff that there is. So congratulations. This is well deserved and very, very well done. All right, let's get into the other redacted topics. Really not a whole lot to announce from either of the two redacted topics that we discussed. I will say that one of them, and Otto, I'm not telling you which one it was. One of them has to do with one of the things that Otto submitted as a part of his statement after Volp stepped down and after Frumple left. In that statement, Otto asked us to reconsider a couple of like past decisions and various things that have happened with specific people involving Frumple. The staff did take a look at what Otto asked, and also just we did re-review the circumstances around a couple of those incidents. At this time, we're not going to be making any changes. We will, and I'll also just note that part of one of the things that I will be mentioning in my statement in a second here is, while I do understand that there is value in looking back and trying to correct for things that have happened in the past. Oh, Tom, you can join the stage. You should be able to just join the stage directly, Tom, if you want to. But anyway, so there is value in looking back at what's happened in the past and trying to understand the decisions and correct for them when there is a mistake or a poor execution of something. There's a couple things that I think make this a situation where it is not worthwhile to overturn the past decisions. Part of which is there's no new information that we need to reconsider. And I think a bigger part is a lot of us have moved on from those particular incidents. And we, in looking at the information that's available to us now, we currently still believe that the sanctions that were issued at those times were valid and still remained, like, at the time, based on what the policies were at those particular moments. We still believe that that those were appropriate to issue at that particular time. So no changes there. So that's all I have to say on that regard. The other redacted topic was mostly operations and just kind of a couple things related to just me kind of taking over, which will kind of dovetail nicely into the rest of the statement that I have here. I will keep this statement fairly brief. I know that we've got a lot to get through with the meeting today, and so I'm not going to dwell on a whole lot of stuff going on here. But yeah, so it is no doubt that the events of mid-July were stunning to everyone in the community, both in how sudden they unfolded and their impact on virtually everything in community life. For many of us, the events of July reopened the wounds of last October. For others, they may have simply been just the latest in a series of high-profile departures. I will begin my statement by thanking everyone for continuing to stick with us as we get through this moment, and by recognizing that both mid-July and October 4th were serious and significant events that had real impacts on real people. I will keep my comments on the last several incidents brief, as I believe that the statements published by various members have performed very detailed analyses on the situation and how it came to be, and I don't want to overwhelm everyone with more long speeches and walls of text to sit through. As I stated when Frumple handed primary management of the server over to me on July 16th, I carry an open door policy, and I'm happy to discuss anything that I will or will not be addressing in this statement here at a later time. If you have comments or questions, I would encourage you to write them down somewhere and then ask me during the Q&A portion or privately after the meeting is over. Let me just make sure. Okay. First, even at the October 2020 GSM, it was very clear that October 4th was poorly handled. The sheer number of staff member departures that we've seen in the last 8 months, and the fact that many of them have cited October 4th as a factor in their decision, underscores the fact that the community as a whole has generally, but still not completely, healed from what has happened on that day. I want to apologize sincerely for the impact that I had in arriving at those decisions. We made rash decisions on incomplete information, which created irreversible effects on the community that we could have avoided. I was on the call when we made those decisions on October 4th, and I want to apologize to everyone for my role in allowing us to reach those decisions in the way that we did. Second, my immediate priority in serving as head admin as this more official capacity is to turn the server and community towards the future and leading us in a direction that promotes personal growth and rekindles the social aspects of the community that are so special. That's not to say that the past is irrelevant or that there is no value in reflecting on how we got to where we are today. It does, however, mean that I am focused on the future and want to lead the community in a direction that allows Frumple to renew the server as he originally indicated a month ago. As I have publicly stated before, I am not currently in a position that I would be willing to take full ownership of the server, and I am unsure of whether or not I will be in that position in another 5 months when we are actually up for renewal. Let me be clear, if Frumple decides to not renew the server, I am not currently in a position where I could execute that in his place. What this means is that if Frumple does not renew the server, we will need to find someone else other than the two of us, who would be willing to take on that responsibility in order to avoid permanent closure. I don't want to cause additional stress on the community, as I know that thoughts of closure always bring stress and uncertainty, and this is not a statement intended to strong-arm Frumple into renewing the server in January. I will also note that he has said that his intent is to renew. I do, however, want to be transparent in my position and the limitations that I have in serving in this role. And I want to stress that the responsibility of creating a welcoming community that merits a renewal, that's a responsibility that is burdened by everyone. Couple of operational updates that I'll provide. The beta server is next on my list of projects to bring back online. I'll be taking a copy of the world over there, and we'll be looking at how we can safely re-enable command blocks. Once that is online, I will let everyone know. Following that project, we will begin working on preparing for Minecraft 1.17. So again, keep an eye on the beta server announcements channels for what's to come there. We have re-enabled access to the auxiliary Discord channel. If you manage a server that has a link in that channel, please see my advisory that I posted in announcements regarding updating security settings. We are going to be not handling security incidents unless there's another genuine widespread issue that involves Discord itself. So if you run a Discord that's linked in the Aux Discord channel, please make sure that you take the time to harden your settings, implement a verification system. If you need to, if you have questions, there are lots of us here who have expertise in managing Discord servers, and we'd be happy to help. Third, next, I have received a few questions concerning moderator vetoes, so I'll just quickly go over how that works. Frumple and I both have the ability to place and lift vetoes, and we can overrule each other if necessary. So Frumple will be able to override my decisions if and when he chooses to return, and I can choose to lift or issue vetoes in his place while he's away. All current vetoes are remaining in place until I choose to lift them. However, there will be a couple of vetoes that I am considering lifting, and there will be an announcement to that effect probably in about 2 weeks at the ISM. I'll probably be able to announce some of that. For those of you who are currently under veto, I apologize for the frustration that having it in place can cause, especially those of you who have been working to address some of the concerns that were brought up in the veto process. So thank you everyone for your patience on that, and I will have some announcements before too long. I have annotated any veto statuses on the member list document with an F or a C so that you guys know who they came from. And then finally, I would like to set some expectations, both in terms of the things that I expect from the community, including staff, and things that you all can expect from me while I'm in this caretaker role. I will note from the onset, many of things are hard to do, and I do not expect everyone to meet them fully from day one. I do, however, expect that everyone begin working towards these goals, because I do wholeheartedly believe that these are things that will help us all grow as a community and hopefully avoid some of the issues that have blown over or blown up as dramatically as they have, both back in October and in July. So, number one, I expect the blame game to stop immediately. Naming and blaming individuals in response to an incident, especially publicly, does very little to resolve a situation and only serves to put those individuals on the defense. There is a place to discuss who was responsible for what extent of which incident, but that is a different tone than unilaterally casting blame right after something happens, especially as a bystander. When there is an incident, I expect both those involved and bystanders to focus any analysis or questioning on what happened and what specific actions could have been done differently, rather than who was involved or who was responsible. Number 2, I expect bystanders to seriously consider their role in public discourse after incidents happen and to take their time if they choose to respond. In other words, if you're a bystander to an incident, meaning if you're not directly involved in something, you're a bystander, you are not required to respond right away or at all. Responding as a bystander generally only adds fuel to an incident and makes it difficult for others to determine what information is factual and accurate versus opinion, analysis, or speculation. Everybody has the same opportunity to review and question the information that is publicly available, and those of you who choose to discuss your thoughts can continue to do so as long as it's respectful and done with the goal of healing and learning from the past. I will not impose any kind of formal restrictions over how or when statements are written or published, or how an incident is debriefed in the public discourse, except that I will be directing staff to quash public speculation while an incident is actively unfolding. The fact that so many people have been willing to invest the time to write down and share their thoughts in the first place is certainly commendable, and the statements provided by those directly in an incident are invaluable in providing context to bystanders. That said, I would encourage everyone to slow down as much as they reasonably can in making decisions and writing responses when an incident happens. I hope that the norm of incident response is not to get an immediate statement out the door, but rather to get a thoughtful perspective several days after the dust settles, and so that bystanders recognize whether or not an incident truly does merit a response. Number 3, I expect everyone to be willing to apologize and take responsibility for their own words, actions, and impact regardless of intent. Frumpel's statement included something that I fully agree with, that I believe that there is a double standard in the community and that Frumpel has historically been expected to act perfectly and apologize for even the smallest mistakes, while this isn't something that everyone has held each other to the same degree. I share his sentiment that community members have historically not held each other to as high of a standard, and that this needs to change. Apologies do not have to be public, but they do have to be genuine, frequent, and direct. I recognize that this is a difficult and vulnerable thing to do, especially for larger actions that had unintended impacts. I hope that as time passes, community members become more comfortable expressing how situations impact them so that their experiences can be recognized. 4, this one's a bit more operational. I expect everyone to make a good faith attempt at planning your world edits before you ask and to use high contrast blocks while marking points. This is all stuff that's on the website. If you're asking for world edit, please take your time and get yourself set up. We're short-staffed right now, and even if we get new folks on board today, it's going to take a while before we're back up to the place where world edits are quick and easy. Please make our lives easy. Mark your points. Use high contrast blocks. What that means is if you've got a wall of sea lanterns, don't use sea lanterns as the selection points. Again, give a look at the website, and that'll list all the other stuff that you need. Couple things that you can expect from me. Number 1, you all can expect me to be contactable via Discord, even if I'm not in game or actively involved in conversation every day. Do note that I have a full-time job and other real-life responsibilities that often take priority over my presence here. That said, I am reachable via Discord or email if there are any concerns that need my attention. I'm also willing to engage in direct conversation, especially about the things that I have identified here and the items that you believe I should have included. I will ask that anyone messaging or emailing me during work hours, which are usually kind of standard business hours, 8-ish to 6-ish US Central. Please be patient, as my ability to respond during those hours is fairly limited when I'm at the office, though I will clear any pending messages as soon as I can, usually on the way home. If you do have something that you need to ask, please send your entire request in one question or message or email. What that means is don't send one message that says, "Hi, Chief," and then wait 5 minutes and then send your question. Please just send the question right away. I would like to give a huge thanks to Skelly, Mrs. Solemnis, and Cece for how much they have stepped up to respond to incoming emails and the RTS Discord channel over the last few weeks and months. What you guys are doing is impressive, and I really appreciate how much you've taken the work off of everyone's shoulders. Number 2, you can expect me to be honest and forthcoming in my perspective and opinion. Anything less than that subverts the integrity of the community and of my position as head administrator. I'd rather be direct and honest than dance around an opinion or something. This is especially true when considering mod candidates and whether or not I would issue a veto. Please understand that in accordance with my previous note, I'm not going to respond to every major incident with a written public statement. I may respond to them as a head admin, though unless I'm directly involved in the incident response, I'm not going to issue an official statement until well after the incident has passed. This does not mean that I lack an opinion on the incident, or that I am simply looking for a fast resolution, or that the incident doesn't matter. What it does mean is that I would rather let those involved take the space to decide what they want to do, and I will share my opinion with those who ask, or when it becomes necessary that my position is made public. 3, you can all expect that I will make mistakes in this new role and that I will work to learn from them as quickly as I can. I'm adapting to these extra responsibilities as quickly as I can, and I hope that I will serve this role with the same honor and integrity that I have done in previous staff roles. It may take me time to get into a groove of how I operate things, and there will certainly be some trial and error throughout the transition, and I'm grateful for everyone's patience while we get settled. And then finally, you all can expect that I intend to keep this community and server going for as long as I can help it. I've been here since the day the old world opened, for 9 years. This community has been an important part of my life since that day. And just like as many of you, I want this community to continue to thrive so that it can return to being the special place on the internet that it once was. In closing, I cannot predict what the community will look like when we come out the other side of Frumple's leave, and I don't believe that worrying about that is a healthy or productive thing to do at this time. As with any significant event, I've been processing the last several months, partially by continuously reminding myself that this too shall pass. Exactly what that means in this context is up to all of us collectively. It could mean that we are indeed in our final chapter and that the server will close in 2022. Or it could mean that we are just in some sort of transition and that in a few months' time we will emerge stronger than ever. I hope that everyone is willing to work together to learn from our past and march on towards our future, whatever that looks like. There are no two ways around it. The next several months will be full of difficult work. That does not mean that we are doomed or that progress is impossible. It should instead be a calling to rise to the challenge of bettering ourselves and how we interact with one another. It should be a cause to embrace discomfort for the sake of personal and interpersonal growth. And above all, it is a moment in time that, if we can get through it together, we'll be ones to remember where we came from and celebrate our progress. I believe that we can do this. Now all we need to do is start. One of those starting actions is bringing on new mods. So 4A.
Yeet.
Oh, here we
All
go.
right.
Are we
All
still
right.
randomizing the order?
Yes, we are. I will I will get that going on my other screen here. Thanks all, and again, let me know if you have questions and things that you want to talk about later on. All right, I'm going to randomize the order. So for the record, I have received absentee ballots from AP and Echo, who are not here. All other staff members are here. So what that means is that for a candidate to be promoted, they need 5 yes votes and no more than 2 no votes. And we have 9 ballots. Tom, since you submitted an absentee ballot, you can. I will discard that ballot, and you can vote here. But for both AP and Echo, they have voted absentee, and I have confirmed those ballots. So,
just before we get started, I just want to ask, do you want me to put the color of concrete above the head of the person who voted? Or do you just want me to fill in the bar?
What do you mean? Just like it makes a grid. So
yeah, that's what I'm asking. Do you want me to follow a grid or just do bars?
Do a grid, please.
Okay.
Yay.
That is all.
Okay.
Where am I looking?
Okay.
Now, if only I remembered everyone's head. Good.
Exactly. Okay. First up as candidate is Autobus 22. And the list is randomized. So here we go. Initial ballot for Otto begins with Needon.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to vote. I'm gonna have to vote no.
Okay. Echo by absentee has voted no. Tom.
No.
Skelly.
No.
AP by absentee has voted yes. Sinra.
No.
Misa.
They voted yes. Snapchat.
Okay.
Misa
Yeah.
votes yes. CC.
Don't.
Against.
Okay, that's that one. Okay.
How different, huh?
Do you need a second to catch up, Sinra?
Yeah, I do, because I don't remember everyone's head.
Okay.
What was the most recent vote?
CC's vote was most recent.
Yes, I put against.
Against. Okay.
You got Misa's yes.
I believe so, yes.
You got yourself.
Yes.
AP was a no.
Mm-hmm. AP was a no or a yes?
AP was a yes.
Oh yeah, AP was a yes. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. So looks like you are missing Echo, right? No.
No.
Echo
Who are
and
you
Chief.
missing? Okay. So we did Echo. Echo was a no, and Chief is a no.
Okay.
Okay. So that is a that is an initial ballot of 207. I guess we can open the floor. Are there any immediate things that people want to discuss?
I'll get my feelings kind of out in the center. I think Otto can be a good mod. However, I think the recent interactions and planning had changed my vote based off just I had already told Otto this to him in voice chat. I think that the way he approached the chat could have been better, and that's kind of what had swayed me to an against vote, because he kind of went, as I told him, he went into that conversation of a Marina line as with the wrong mindset of defending his position rather than discussing why the Marina was essential and why his proposal should go forward. He went into it kind of debating it, and it kind of went into the argument that we saw him planning for him. And he did have some reflection on that from whenever I was talking to him. So I think there is a chance that he can do it in the future. But I think right at the time, I'm not comfortable giving a 4 vote yet on him.
Yeah, I think it's good that Otto keeps us on our toes. Like he is involved with the community. I can see that, but I think the wording of things can be better, and I hope he works on that. And that in a while we can see him as a mod as well. But I don't think he's there yet.
Yeah. Yeah, Otto. I know that that you have certainly kind of gone back and forth with a lot of your relationships with folks in the MRT, and it's come a long way. And I agree that I think that there is very strong potential. I would agree that I had a sour taste in my mouth when I was looking over the. And again, I think that I'll just call out that there's a difference between debating and like participating in a debate over a proposal. I think that's perfectly fine. To me, it was more of the attitude of how those arguments were presented, is that I feel like those came off to me as coming from a point where, like, if you felt that you were completely right and could not under any circumstances be disproven. So I think that going forward, it would be really good to, and this is a thing that I've discussed privately, was it's a very, and I recognize that this is difficult to do. So I'm not faulting at all for not engaging with this, but being willing to take a step back and consider a position for a little while before presenting it or before trying to defend it, that's a skill that would come in really big handy, both in terms of general conduct and also in terms of in a moderator position role where you could potentially be required to analyze a situation and then decide what kind of response from an official staff capacity we're going to do. So I agree, there's potential. I think as of right now, it seems that there's a little bit of a ways to go before I would be comfortable. Mesa, if you're willing to put in, do you want to put any notes of why you voted for in the staff channel? Just because I know that you might not be able to speak. I don't know if Misa's typing in game or.
Oh, there it
Oh,
is.
there we go.
There you go. Okay. So Misa says, I'm mainly going forward because I'm looking at it from more of an improvement center point of view. Okay.
That's totally understandable.
Yep.
Hmm.
Yeah. And Otto, I think.
And that's why
I think
I do agree that he has improved. That, like, working with him on Lingo and other things had made me really consider voting for. Just the planning was really what had altered my vote, because that was a big red flag to me.
Yeah. That
Because
makes
I
sense.
was going to vote for on Otto. I really do think he has come a long way, and that just not really considering the other side in that channel really had left a sour taste. Because as I had told Otto, there are times in your proposals or things you put forward might not be what everybody else wants, and you kind of have to discuss what you can get and what compromises can be worked out. Because I know Otto feels very strongly about this proposal. I know he's doing it from good intentions. I do think he wants to. I know he wants to help the community, and that's like his intent of the proposal.
Otto, okay, yes, Otto, you should see that you have an invite if you want to speak to that.
Hi. I can't say I'm not a little bit disappointed, but it's very understandable. What happened in planning is I got, as has been pointed out fairly, I got very, very defensive and of the position that I had. Me and Lisa initially didn't really communicate part of our motivation behind this proposal very well. And what ended up happening on my side is that I didn't really see the critique actually addressing the reasons we had behind the proposal, and I did not take the step back to realize that it wasn't that it wasn't a point where I should be jumping very hard into defense because people are just making points that don't really address how we felt about the proposal to begin with and the motivations behind it, but rather that we didn't communicate that properly, and then jumping into defense really hard just created a situation that wasn't friendly to other people, and that's something I'll have to learn from. That didn't go well, and I'm sorry for that. I'm sorry if I hurt anyone in that situation. Just I put a lot of work in making these kinds of responses better over the time, and I think I did an okay job at that.
And I would agree.
This was something that just didn't go well, and I realize that that's something more I have to work on, and I am a little bit disappointed, but I am also very thankful for the recognition of the work I put in. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Otto. And I think it's worth just recognizing that I agree that the stuff that you've proposed for this meeting and just the way that you've brought stuff to our attention is from a genuine place, and that it reflects stuff that you care about deeply. And I think that there's nothing wrong with using that as a starting point. So, and I hope, like, I want to be clear that I think that right now might not be the best time for that. But I do hope that you are nominated again in the future, because I think that you've got a lot of potential for the community, and I think that at the right time that it would work out really well. So yeah.
Well,
let's hope there is a right time then at some point, because I really would have loved to be a part of the community in this way. So I'm really thankful for what people have said surrounding my nomination and what was said in there, because that means a lot to me, given I put in a lot of work to get to that point. Thank you. Thank
Yeah,
you
absolutely.
Absolutely.
I'm kind of emotional right now.
Understandable.
Yep.
Yeah, understandable. Okay. I think with
we
that,
should head on to the next person.
with I was just gonna say, with that being said, would anyone like to change their vote?
No, I really think now is not like the time. So I'm sticking with mine. But like I do have to note that I think that you'll make a really good candidate in the future, and I hope you'll be nominated, even if it's not like the next one immediately, but like sometime soon, because I really think you have it in you.
I would agree with that.
I agree.
All right.
Okay. We will certify that ballot then as 207. Thank you to everyone who nominated Otto, and I hope, Otto, that again that you are nominated and that we're able to get you promoted at a future meeting. Okay, I shall randomize the list. List has been re-randomized. Next up for consideration is Dinty B. First up on the list. They oh no. Okay.
Thank you, chat.
Thank you, chat. All right. First up on voting is Missa. Missa is a yes. Needham.
4.
Skelly.
4.
Let's see if I can catch up there. AP has voted absentee, and of course I should have pulled that up. AP votes yes. Chief is voting yes. Cece?
4.
Who's voting yes that you just pulled up on the absentee ballot?
AP.
Oh, okay. My Google Docs wasn't updating.
It's all good.
Oh, I'm slowly updating them as we go.
Okay. Tom.
4.
Sinra.
4.
And Echo by absentee votes yes.
That's 900.
Is there anything that we would like to discuss?
I don't think there needs to be at this point.
I know I voted neutral a while ago, and I think the more time given to Dinty has kind of made me go to 4, just because I can't find anything. You can't find anything bad about Dinty. I've just seen them around a lot, and I think they've kind of confirmed anything that I did that was kind of iffy on in the past was settled just by time. So yeah. That's kind of made me go to
Dinty,
4.
I think the evidence was actually fairly good, and coupled with my personal experiences, I think it's a yes vote.
I would concur.
Yeah, I think Dinty's someone who's really grown on me, and this was a well put together nomination, and I think a great candidate. So I'm certainly happy to bring Dinty on board.
All right. Any further comments?
I'm guessing by the fact that this is a unanimous vote and it seems that there's a pretty resounding feedback that I'm guessing we can just go ahead and certify this one as is. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to call that certified 900. So Dinty, and for any other candidates, the way that this works is you do not need to do anything. You can just sit back and enjoy the rest of the meeting. And following the meeting, I will reach out to you to get some additional information to get everything all set up for access to all the tools and everything. And then we've got a couple folks who will have volunteered to serve as mentors to kind of walk you through the ropes of how everything works. So, but congratulations. But congratulations, Dinty. Welcome aboard. Cece, go ahead and issue in game.
Yeet.
And that's promoted. All right. Orange tag Dinty. Congratulations.
You've done it. GG, you did.
Yee. Okay. Next up for consideration is HVT 2011.
Oh boy.
First up on the ballot is Skelly.
4.
Misa. Misa's a yes. Tom.
Yeah.
Tom's a yes. Okay. Next up is Sissy.
4. Let's get the crackhead hour back.
Okay. Next is Needham.
4.
Then we have Chief. I'm a yes. Then we have Echo. Absentee vote is a yes. AP's absentee vote is neutral. And Sinra.
I'm a yes. So 8-1-0. I don't think we have anything else we need to say at this point.
Yeah, that doesn't seem. I mean, given that again, this is unanimous of everyone who's online. Yeah, I think so. I will just note one small thing, and this might just be a thing that might be stemming from with Volp. I think that like it's fantastic to have fun and embrace Rule 4. I would just hope that just Hut, I know that you can occasionally, I think, go a little too far with the crackhead. So I think knowing when to moderate that is something that I would hope that I have confidence that you'll be able to know that. But just know that I think it should work. Well, also, no world edits during meetings.
All right.
That is certified.
Cool.
810.
Next.
Hut, welcome back.
Yes, Hut is back.
Hut is back. Next up is Ondis. And the randomization is as follows. Tom is going first on this one.
On Ondis?
On Ondis, you're up. You're in the hot seat. Have fun.
Dang it, first one. I don't have any problem with Ondis, so sure.
What's your vote?
Yep.
You're a yes?
Yes.
That's for sure, yeah.
Okay, Tom is a yes. Sinra.
Oh, yes.
Susie.
I'm going to go neutral here.
Okay.
Chief is up next. And I will be going neutral, but I can probably be convinced. Misa. Neutral.
Neutral.
Pull over here.
I went one over. There we go.
Echo, voting absentee is a neutral. Needham.
Neutral.
AP voting absentee is a yes. And Skelly.
Neutral.
Okay,
All
so
right.
initial ballot is 360. So this one, let's discuss, because this one I think we should talk about a little bit more.
This one needs a little unpacking.
Yes.
I thought the evidence was good, and my interactions with Ondist have been good. So I figure, why not give them a shot?
Oh yeah, yeah, Dinty, you get to play in the purple channel now. Yeah. So okay, so Sinra, what to you was particularly compelling in the evidence?
After I finished memeing and staff, I just thought that I just thought that there was nothing that stuck out to me as this is a problem, and everything looked good enough, and my interactions, as I said, have been overall positive. I don't have any one specific thing I can point to.
Okay. For some of the other folks who are voting neutral, is there anything that is compelling you to vote neutral, or?
I
Well,
didn't really take much stock in the evidence, to be honest, because they had mentioned the blog for Ondist, and it's a community blog that really it's not much effort to maintain, and so like I don't feel like that's really a good point to use for Ondist in their evidence. Their activity had taken kind of a dip in terms of the past year. They only really came back, in my opinion, when they were getting nominated for staff. And then to continue on. I'm going to continue on this point. I'm sorry, Skelly.
Skelly, you can go
They
next.
then I had noticed this a few days ago. I was just hanging with Protocol and Voice, and that was the first time I'd heard Ondist, and this is when we had already known they were under consideration for staff. Now, this is my personal opinion. It was rubbing me the wrong way that I almost seemed like they were kind of just trying to kiss up to me the fact that I was there. Then again, I have trust. Sometimes I can be a little bit untrusting of anyone, but that's just kind of how I felt. Now, it's not to say no. I'm just very neutral. I'm not comfortable voting for yet.
Any other comments?
So my hang
Go ahead,
ups.
Skelly. Yeah.
My first, they're both kind of minor, but enough to sway me from 4 to neutral. And I will say I did actually nominate on this last year, so these are more new concerns. The first one's activity, although I will disagree with CC. They did get a town even promoted in the March or so time frame back in the spring. So, but activity is still somewhat of a concern. Number 2, actually, I believe it's in 7D's. I believe it's in 7D's evidence where it's the second Discord message links back to a conversation after the Kyle's resignation when Ondist accused Kyle. Maybe I'm making too much out of this, but Ondist accused Kyle of have interpreted Kyle's letter as saying that Kyle only wanted moderator for World Edit. And don't get me wrong, I do think that Kyle had issues. There were issues with how Kyle's letter was worded, but I do think that that's a pretty rash thing to have said and was in misinterpretation of what Kyle actually said, which was that it wasn't that it was a neat perk, but that eventually the staff shortage meant that doing menial tasks was getting to be a larger burden than expected. I don't know if you guys agree with me in being hung up over that comment, but I didn't really like that interaction.
Yeah, I think that it's very valid to have that concern. I mean, I think the letter of what was spoken was certainly a bit was probably a bit more brash than it needed to be. I do think that in the period of time following, I think that that Ondus, at least it appeared to me that Ondus had at least recognized that, maybe that probably wasn't the best approach. And I actually will agree with you, Skelly, that I think that activity, it has been off and on, but it's not at the point that I would be concerned about it. And it is something that I think certainly valid to bring up, CC, but I think I've seen Ondus around a little bit even before, like recent enough and before the nomination cycle. So I think that, yeah, I don't think it's that much of a concern. Now that I'm actually looking over the just kind of re-reflecting on stuff, Sinra, if you don't mind changing my vote to 4, please.
I'll modify it over here too.
Thank you.
Okay. So we have 5-4.
That's a 4-5-0 ballot now.
Yeah.
4.
No, it's 5-4-0.
Who else changed?
I have 5-4-5-0.
Oh, CC, I thought you said you changed.
No.
Oh,
I was
no,
telling you.
I misheard. That is
Yeah.
That is my.
Nope, just Chief.
Yeah.
Okay. So, yeah. I mean, I do think that Ondus does have a bit of good potential, and like working with Ondus with various Metro North and like Rail North projects, that has certainly been like it. I've had good experiences in working with Ondus in that capacity, and yeah, you can make a joke of like the rail elevator bridge mess in cabin, but no, I think Ondus in my experience with that has been very receptive to planning stuff and super approachable. So
I'm kind of conflicted at this point because I can be swayed. Of the candidates which I was planning on voting neutral for, on this is definitely the closest to 4 for me, so I can be swayed, but I'm kind of curious with the interaction that CC specifically was discussing.
I just kind of felt he was trying to insert himself into the conversation with me in protocol. Like, we were just hanging out in Discord talking. It seemed like he was trying to make sure that he was talking to kind of be relevant. And it just kind of rubbed me the wrong way. So that's why I was saying this is just my personal opinion. I wasn't like, it takes a while for me to really get to know someone. And I have a very small circle of friends. Like, that's kind of, I think, just the way that I am.
Sure. And I think that's valid in terms of knowing people on an interpersonal level. I will note that we don't make voice chat. We intentionally don't make voice chat participation a requirement just because I think some people are not as comfortable with that venue. So
yeah.
Any further comments or people wishing to change their vote?
Well, I'm conflicted because I'm also like on the edge of like voting for it, but like I don't see enough compelling evidence in like just what I've read so far, and maybe if I would have read through 7D's nomination a bit more, then maybe I would have. But I just
for those who are voting neutral and who are saying that you're conflicted, is there anything that comes to mind that would change your mind, or are there anything that comes to mind that would push you in the direction of voting for? I'm not asking to campaign. I'm just asking to just see if there's anything that we can address while we're all here.
That stuff for me is just kind of recent enough that I don't think I can right now.
Okay.
Well, especially just being like an example to the community, like showing just how to keep up with like the rules and know when to take a step back. Like if there's some evidence around that, then that would be like probably enough to sway me over.
Skelly, is there anything that comes to mind that might help you if you had to change your mind? Is there anything that's right away that's holding you back, or is would you
Honestly,
agree that you just need time?
I'm thinking more about the Kyle interaction, and I don't think that's really a hang-up anymore because, well, people can feel emotions as I definitely know from the past month, so I think it would be unfair if I said no to on this based on that. But the thing that's really giving me pause is still CC's account of it, and actually, I'm gonna try to look back at my December nomination and see what exactly wrote there.
Okay. While you're doing that, I will note that, I mean, as much as, sharing accounts and all that is useful, the reason that we do the vote this way is each of us is we're each supposed to come to our own conclusion of how we want to, of what we want to do with a candidate. So I think,
I think I will.
Oh,
go ahead.
What's up?
I'm wondering. I think I will end up changing to 4 just looking at the December nomination I wrote because I did highlight there that on this at the least said that people needed to treat people respectfully while still criticizing, and in light that is the direction that we're trying to go in light of Chief's statement. So I think I will change from neutral to 4 at this point.
Okay.
Okay.
He said that you can disagree but do it respectfully. Pretty much, if I'm
Let me look at the nomination I wrote.
send it in meeting.
Mm-hmm.
I will note that the ballot is now 5-4-0, so if there are no further vote changes, this will pass.
You guys should be able to see this, I think.
Yeah, I was able to open it.
So I'm just mentioning that that this will pass, not for political sake or bandwagoning, but just for clarity, because there were some questions in chat. So.
And I don't think that the staff have to agree on literally everything. I do think that maybe that one interaction back in was rash, but maybe that's just he did at least end up conceding some points, and I feel like if he found out what CC said, he would probably concede too on that regard.
Yeah, I think this is enough for me to change it to a 4 vote. Yeah.
Okay.
6-3.
6-3-0. Are there any other thoughts or vote changes? Otherwise, I think we will certify this.
And it's not necessarily the nominations that would put me forward, by the way. It's more my own personal experience.
Yeah,
I think that's valid. I mean, the nominations are personal experience from people external to us. So, I mean, for me, I think it's a combination of the reflection on my personal experience working with Ondist in projects, and also looking at the evidence and the original nomination from you, Skelly. That I'm happy to support.
Okay. Any further vote changes? Going once. Going twice. To Chief.
That is certified. CC, you can go ahead and run the command then.
Aye.
While you're doing that, we can move on to 4E, and that is protocol. We shall randomizate the list. Okay. All right, we are now considering 4E MC protocol. First up to vote is Echo, who by absentee has voted neutral. Second is AP, by absentee voting for. Missa. This is a yes. Tom.
Yes.
Skelly.
Neutral.
Chief is a yes. Cece.
4.
Needham.
Neutral.
And Sinra.
4.
Okay, that is a 6-3-0 ballot. So let's discuss for a little bit here. So Needham and Cece, what sorts of things are
No, not CC.
or no, not CC. Needham and Skelly. Yeah, Needham and Skelly. You guys are voting neutral. So anything in particular bringing you there?
The evidence, especially the one in the second nomination, isn't that great. Although usually that's not a deciding factor. The more deciding factor is that I think his attitude of being too harsh could still come off in the wrong way. With the back in January, I outright voted no on him because I was still very concerned over the interaction with Rocco 6 Alex. I think enough time has passed to where that's not really a major concern anymore, but I still feel like based off of my interaction, what I've seen, that protocol's too blunt. Number 2, I submitted this in my comment, but I don't like that protocol. The thing where protocol a few nights ago is like, I helped all these. Let me go look at the comments.
Okay.
Yeah, when there was that group
Needham.
of guests that were on the server.
Yeah, I don't like that I would like to see MC respond to it because I don't know if his intention was to draw attention to it, but I don't really like the vibe that really gave off, and because of that, I'm still voting not no, but getting me to switch to 4 would be an uphill battle.
Okay, that's understandable. Skelly, protocol is here in the in the
He's
channel.
responding to me in live.
Yeah, if you want to ask him, we can certainly invite him back into voice if you'd like.
If
So.
protocol wishes to respond to the comment I wrote on the moderator nominations document, then I would welcome him to respond.
Protocol, do you want to come in for this? No worries at all if you don't.
Yes.
Okay. There we go. You should see, there it is.
Hey everyone, how's it going? So, I guess to respond to, I think like to the comments that Skelly did bring up. One of them being my interaction with a group of guests that came from this one LGBT server, and how I kind of like posted about that in general chat. My intentions weren't to draw attention to the mod nomination to get me promoted. I just wanted to point out and just kind of know about about helping them out, even if like if my intention was like just to help them out, that's all. And I think the other thing is definitely I do agree that I can come off a little blunt when it comes to like how I feel in terms of like a particular statement. And I know I can definitely do from the last couple months, I know I definitely have done a lot better than how I was last year and even earlier this year. So yeah.
Kelly, anything else that you need to bring up on that, or?
I don't really have much else to bring up. I'm still keeping my vote neutral, but assuming that protocol does still get promoted, that does not mean that I have no confidence in him or that I don't support him as a moderator. Just to be clear.
So, I mean, that's why there's a difference between a neutral and a no vote. So. Okay. Needin, anything that you wanted to bring up?
No, really. I'm just speedrunning through the nominations again, and so far, like before and also now, I just haven't been able to find much compelling, and also with personal experiences, I don't know how he's going to what's the word, to enforce the rules. And for that, it's just it's a bit of a leap of faith, and I mean it's always a bit the case, but I have no idea with this. But I also have no real objections either.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you for voicing your thoughts.
Yeah, thanks.
Appreciate it.
I'll just note from a yes voter perspective that protocol, like you're super approachable and kind of chill. I think the social aspects of that are huge from a community leadership perspective. I will say it was a pretty fun conversation when I approached you to confirm candidacy. So I think that, assuming that this does get certified as it stands, that I know that you have good intentions of wanting to have the opportunity to serve the community. So I think that's huge. And knowing that that's a really good starting point, that's a good thing for me. I think, there's some of the comments that have been brought up either with that Frumple or some others may have surfaced to you. The one asterisk that I would have is I think it's worth, especially in this kind of in this position, that the comments that you make have a lot more weight on them. And so I think it's worth taking, when you're in conversation with people, taking a minute to think about the comments that you're going to be making, especially when you're trying to have jokes and make sarcastic comments. I think those are fine. Just note that they can be misinterpreted or given a lot greater weight. And so just I would challenge you to take the time to think about what you're saying, just in general. So just so that you can try and communicate as clearly as you can, while also making sure that people interpret what you're saying and all that. Does that make sense? Okay. Any other thoughts before we certify?
It's fine.
Going once.
Going once.
Going twice. Chief.
That is certified.
All right, that brings us to 4 Foxtrot.
Well, you want to get any other words in before your premiere tag goes away, Protocol?
Yeah, Protocol, you're gonna be just like Kyle. Love, you have a very short premiere tag. So
say something. You want to say something before it gets gone? Okay, good.
Big
good.
beam.
It's gone.
Big beam.
It's gone. It's gone.
All right.
Hi, Vicky. We're in your town.
Hi. Yes, we are here.
We're trying to tell people to not make a mess, but we'll clean up after them. Don't worry. All right. Next up is Narnia. All right. List has been randomized. First to vote is Tom.
Dang it!
That's a big mood.
I mean, this is a quantity at least.
Jeez. My luck. I'm picked first for not much. This thing, sure.
Okay, we have 7 candidates
Yeah, I know.
and 9 of us. Statistically, some people I think statistically people should expect to get picked. So
Yeah,
Is this
twice.
karma just for you not showing, for you not coming to GSM, Tom?
it's
I guess
within
so.
the realm of plausibility. So.
All right, vote.
Karma.
Vote. No problem with Narnia, so yeah, I'll vote yes.
You're yes?
Okay.
Needham.
Yes. 4.
AP is a yes. Yeah, that's the right one. Okay. Echo is a yes. Skelly.
Neutral.
Sinra.
4.
Missa. Missa may have run away, and that vote
4.
Was a yes. Cece.
4.
Chief, I'm going neutral.
Any specific reason why for the neutral voters?
I would say Narnia. I know you've done a lot of great work on the staff, so I'm certainly not going to do anything that would block it. To me, I think my biggest concern is activity, both in terms of recent stuff, like having. I think just it's been a while since I've seen Narnia be really active. I know Narnia that you're coming back a little bit, and I appreciate the willingness to come back, and I think that you're making good strides in that direction. So I think keep that up. The other thing too is I know that given if I recall correctly, of a certain post in the Sirius channel. Okay, that has certainly helped. But no, just given the post in the Sirius channel, and that I have no idea how that part of having an actual relationship and all that works. No, yeah, I just hope that you're able to spend London. No, no. It's Skelly. Yes. I think just making sure that you're not like that. You're. Anyway, but I think just generally speaking, being willing to, or just making sure that you're able to have the amount of time on here that you need. So I think that's the biggest thing for me. But other than that, yeah, I think generally speaking, it's all good. Okay, please ignore my previous comments because I'm getting PM'd new information. So yeah.
I think if Narnia confirmed the fact that he wants to come back, and that he's willing to take it on.
Yes, I think that
Narnia it wants to. I've known Narnia for years, and I think if he has confirmed that he wants to come back after the nomination, I believe he can do it.
Yep.
So
me too.
Yeah. I think that's all good. So again, I think it's more of a I just personally haven't seen you on all that often recently, so but I am certainly happy to welcome you back. So
Skelly, anything you'd like to voice?
I'll say the same thing for protocol, that this isn't really a vote that this isn't a vote of no confidence or an indication that I don't support Narnia coming back. But number one, again, evidence in that one case arguably is counterproductive. Activity, I guess, is a concern. If I had to rank the 4 people who I was planning on, or was it 3 people? I think it's 3 people. Yeah, it was 3 people who I was planning on voting neutral on beforehand. I think Narnia is second. I think I'll keep my vote as neutral, but I do still support Narnia coming back if the rest of the staff so wish.
Was there something specific about the evidence that you thought wasn't good, Skelly? Was there which piece in particular?
The part where he was like, "Speak English, please, : D." arguably, if I saw it on someone who hasn't been on staff already, I would probably raise more of an eyebrow at it, because when you do, the speak English rule has to be enforced rather sensitively in a way to make it clear that it's not that we look down on other languages, just that English is the lingua franca of the internet, and so it's a necessity to not confuse other people.
Oh yes, I see what you mean now. On Cody's nomination, the link that to mentioning language rules in general.
Okay. I'm probably going to keep my vote on neutral, just because we did have to do the suspension originally. I think it was actually for inactivity. But I think the fact that Narnia has approached me and said that he's willing to come back, that certainly is compelling, and I'm certainly happy to welcome him back. I'm glad that he's got the support of all of you guys. So hopefully we'll be able to keep that going. So any additional comments? Going once? Going twice? That is certified. All right, now the question is, will we break the record? Narnia has been on staff before, Nita, and I think he knows how this works.
It looks good back on Narnia's name.
Now the question is, our record. No, we haven't broken the record. We've tied the record.
Oh, wait, really? Oh wow.
We've tied the record. The question is, will we break it?
Next up.
Next up.
Next up is Mpolo. First to vote.
Service Tom again.
If it's Tom again, re-roll.
Oh, there's another one?
Uno mas.
Not Tom. Sinra.
Oh! That was almost a lot of expletives. I'm going to vote for
I mean, if you need to utter them.
No, I can control myself.
Sure.
For the memes.
For the memes.
Mays.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, sweet. AP's vote. Pull up that ballot. AP's ballot is a yes. Echo's ballot is a no. Skelly.
4.
Cece.
I might go neutral.
Chief is a neutral. Needham.
4.
Misa has run away, and so pull that vote. Is a neutral. And Tom.
Misa's neutral. Okay.
Quick question. I draw a blank. That's not his original name, was it?
Mpolo 455, I believe it was.
It is? Okay.
I believe it is.
No name change on record.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're confirming it's their original name.
What's your vote, Tom?
4.
Okay.
Okay. 5-3-1.
5? I see 4. Where am I missing one?
5.
5.
EP, Sinra, Needham, Skelly, and Tom are yes votes.
Oh, I missed Needham's vote is 4.
Yeah, Needham's a yes.
Sorry, I missed that one.
Yeah. Okay. Let's chat about this one another minute.
Sorry. You can go.
No, okay. So I initially was planning on voting neutral for Mpolo when the nominations first came out, but Mpolo's response to my comment is pretty much sufficient for my concerns about activity. And in addition, the evidence both convinced me, because without the 2 nominations, which were both pretty good in my opinion, I would have been lukewarm on Empolo. So I think Empolo can do the job.
To echo that, I was pretty neutral on Empolo. I had no reason to vote yes nor no, but the nominations were sufficient for me.
For me, like the only downside I was thinking was inactivity, but I think that seems to be getting better now. And yeah, from my experience, he's a calm, collected guy, so that shouldn't be an issue.
I'm changing my vote over to a 4. I think I was just looking over the nominations again. I think Harbor's nomination in particular is very well done. And I appreciate that Pretzel redid the nomination for this one, because we originally had some had some concerns about it. And then again, looking over the yeah, but again, Empolo, I appreciate the amount of detail that you've put into your responses here. So it's yeah, I mean, looking at this again and just shows you what happens of me being in thanks, Kitty.
Thank you,
Of
Kitty.
being having a crazy weekend. No, but okay. Brownie points for the fact that you graphed your own data here. Like, I appreciate that. I mean, that's no one else has
Is this
done
good
that.
for r/data is beautiful?
Oh no, we're back to this conversation.
I mean,
Nice.
if you want to post it on r/data is beautiful, I'm not gonna stop you.
However,
yeah, Missa, if you since you've got a neutral vote, if you want to leave some commentary, go ahead. Ow. Yeah, Wipeout. There are certainly things that there are certainly things that I will say, you know, there is nothing that prevents you from doing this, but like, why? So.
Oh.
Don't turn around. Okay. What is happening behind me? I can still press F5 and it's not turning around.
I'm sorry to get back to
All
the
right.
topic. Misa was saying something, or
Misa said, I saw in meeting live, this might still be a sore point as a heads up. I don't know what that was referring to.
yeah, just trying to make sure if we missed anything.
Missa was replying to a message to Pretzel.
Okay.
Okay.
Hearing no further comments.
I think we can certify this.
Going once. Going twice. Chief?
Done.
Are they supporter? I think.
Let's find out.
I'm trying to check.
Wow, we broke the record.
They are.
Yes, supporter. So
We increased the size of the AdMod team by more than 50% in one meeting.
And we've broken the record for the most number of mods promoted in one meeting. So congratulations. Congratulations to Dinty, HBT, Ondist, Protocol, Nania, and Mpolo. Welcome aboard, all 6 of you. Welcome back to HBT and Narnia. So I think current staff, so not new ones, and new ones, let's have a chat in the staff channel after the meeting just so that we can get logistics and mentors and all that sorted out. If you decide to invoke your I'm a mod, therefore crashing the server with world edit responsibilities, I mean, try not to do it while I'm at work, please.
How about save it for beta?
No.
No.
If you're gonna do it on main, don't. All I'm saying is, if you're gonna, I mean, yeah, you can certainly try to do it on beta, but and that's probably better. But like, if you're going to do it on main, please try to not do it while I'm at work.
No
Yeah,
guarantees.
Narnia, during the purge is different. Also, you're vanished. Also, you're not vanished anymore. Okay. Why don't we take a quick 5-minute break before we get to the community issues? Just because we've been going for 2 hours already, and then we can come back and hopefully get through this really quick. That sound good, everybody? Quick 5-minute break.
Sure.
Okay, 5-minute break. We're in recess until what is that? 9:20 UTC.
Until 20 past the hour.
Yeah.
If anyone has any questions at this point in time, I can attempt to field them because I'm not going to go anywhere.
I'm not going anywhere either, so it's fine. London to 4:20 real time, exactly. London to answer whatever. But London, to answer your question, yes, we will continue to accept mod nominations for the next GSM. So if you have any additional folks, you're welcome to send them our way.
We always want
I
more
don't
staff.
I don't think it's that we always want more staff. I think there have been times where we haven't been actively seeking new nominations. But we're always happy to accept nominations. Narnia asks why update to 117 when it's reported that 118 is coming relatively soon. One is I don't know it. We won't know it until we see it with 118 with a lot of things. But also 118 changes the world height, and we don't know how that's going to interact with the current world. And 117 with 117, I think there's with 117, it's a lot of a smoother update, and I don't think there's a real reason to skip it, other than if there's a lot of incompatibility with 118. So, Staff Otto's asked a question. He says, but because, Otto's asking basically, because he received a lot of no votes and not any neutral votes, is there anything that anyone has in mind that would sway them to vote differently? I think it's a valid question. I don't want to dodge it for the sake of dodging it. I just, for the sake of time, we might not all be able to answer. For me, Otto, I think it's that I would like to to me, it's that when we're in the run up to the meeting, if you're able to present proposals and discuss them and debate them and demonstrate that you're able to take other viewpoints into consideration and not get hyper defensive, that would give me a lot more confidence in my vote. Anyone else have anything right away that comes to mind? Otherwise, we can certainly discuss that at a later point.
That pretty much kind of sums it up as more of when you're debating or there's multiple options, you tend to see yours as the only good option and everybody else's is not a very good option or terrible option. And then half the time half or majority of the time you tend to criticize that too. I think the big thing to learn is tact. That would help a lot, and how to a little more work on approach to debates and discussions. Hopefully that helps.
How do I not see? Oh, okay, it just wasn't scrolling. Okay, are we ready to proceed?
I'm good. I've moved.
All right.
The others.
I think we can at least. I think we can get started with.
Actually, could we make a quick announcement about the moderator nominations, or is that not necessary?
Yeah, no, go ahead. Nope, I think that's a valid thing to bring up. Go ahead, Scully.
I guess I'll reiterate what I said last week, which is that number one, remember that there's a difference between what we don't want to be seeing is trying to egg people on to get a nomination and solely so your preferred candidate could nominate.
Is it me or Skelly's? Okay.
Yeah.
But we still don't want. Are you guys hearing me?
You're in and out.
Yeah, you're cutting out, Skelly.
Test 1, 2, 3. Are you hearing? Okay. So to reiterate, yeah, don't bandwagon, but collaboration with when two people like what was done for Mista's nomination with Otto and Pufy, where they both genuinely wanted Mista to get staff and they both independently wrote nominations but collaborated on the evidence. That's good. What we don't want to see is pushing people to nominate just so you can get someone considered, because we have the two nomination rule for a reason. Another thing that I did mention was that we can't stop you. We're not going to stop you from discussing nominations, but do remember that the moderator nomination system the moderator nomination system keeping nominations private until 1 week beforehand is not an accident. It is intentional by design to prevent candidates from getting a leg up with the extra time and to try to prevent bandwagoning. So do try to keep that in mind. But again, we're not going to be censoring people discussing things if they wish to publicize things. I don't know if I got the basic points down, Chief.
No, I think you did. Just reminder to everybody that we're really looking for quality of nominations, not quantity, and that there's nothing to stop you from collaborating and agreeing that we would like to nominate this one person. But just know that there's a difference between that and bandwagoning or campaigning. And those are things that feel like they subvert the process. So if you have questions of whether something is appropriate, feel free to ask. And I hope that that we continue to receive lots of good, high quality nominations for future meetings. So
The nomination Discord is not something staff control. That is completely other members running that. Noah, because they're talking about the Discord nomination Discord, and I'm referencing the nomination Discord, and I'm referencing that's not controlled by staff. Any issues, you probably should bring it up with Harbor as they run that Discord.
yeah, we're gonna keep the feedback submission processes by email. Okay, cool. I think we can go ahead and proceed onward. Most GSMs we would be done by now, I would agree, but okay. So for the transparency of everyone else, I'll just let folks know that the staff did have a pre-meeting of sorts. So some of the debate over the community issues items in particular may seem a bit shorter than normal. So if that's the case, just so that you're not caught completely off guard, I think a lot of us have at least settled on the direction that we want to go with some of these. So that's not for the purpose of taking the conversation out of the public light. It's for efficiency. We're happy to discuss our viewpoints at a later point. So starting off with 5A, which is some updates to the plagiarism rules. So yeah, Otto, that's absolutely fine.
I think that me personally, I agree. So with Otto's letter, I agree with his arguments that it's just simply that it can be a burden on town owners. But I also agree with Kitty's concerns, and I think Kitty's proposed solution is actually a pretty fair way to address this.
Is the current thing not already basically what Kitty said, or am I misinterpreting something?
The current rule is technically that every town must have this record no matter what, and staff can check at any time. Kitty is proposing that the record must only be presented for promotions. So it's I don't think we have done this outright, but it's basically that we that currently we can technically ding someone for we can ding someone for not having a record, even if they're not of which builds were made by who, even if they were not going through a promotion process currently. Kitty wants to change that so that so that we only have to check for that in promotions. And Kitty also wants to change, which is agreement with Otto. Autobus wants to change the warning so that it's clear that if someone is just merely missing records, but there's no major malicious intent to try to claim someone else's work as theirs, then it's only a level 1, and we don't start as level 3 plagiarism warning.
So I think there's a couple angles that we have going on here. So, one, to me, I think that the rule is more intended to be about giving credit, but it surfaces itself through the vehicle of town promotion. and I want to make that distinction clear, and I think Kitty has brought that point, is that the burden is often realized when a town is going for promotion. I think part of that is because of the fact that we're not going around checking towns randomly. The only time that we are really giving a town undivided attention is when we are being asked to review it. And if we happen to be in a town for an event or something and we recognize a building, well, then that's a different case and it should be able to be backed up by records on demand. But I think that it's I don't think it's that much of an issue that 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 we have the rule in place and that like yeah.
Chirp.
So one
Otto
thing
wants to speak in the chat, by the way, when you have the time to let him.
So okay, one
I would like to bring up the L3 part. Like, again, the warnings are just a suggestion. It's not really a requirement. They're not like outright specifically saying that's what we issue warnings for. The intent of the warning level is kind of a guide with what Meg had written was kind of a guideline. Like, this is what he suggested we should do. Want to make sure that point was clear on the warning levels.
yeah, the rules don't affix to them a punishment. The rules the warnings the warning system defines a level of sanctions and the guidelines say when it's approximately this kind of thing, like these are some of the indicators that can judge when an L2 versus L3 is appropriate. So I think that like the original intent was that like if there's a case where a town is completely made of buildings that are not done by the mayor and we can tell and they're not declared, that feels pretty malicious. And so that was I think Mega's intent when writing up that part of the guidelines. Now I think there's a distinction that can be made in how we approach it, in that if it is a genuine mistake and that paperwork is genuinely missing, that we can address it as an L1 compared to needed protocol in the wrong channel. Anyway, but like we can address it as that. Whereas if it's clearly a egregious thing, then that's fine. Kitty has requested to speak, so
Would
you
you
should have an
allow
invite.
Autobot
Try
to
Otto
speak
first.
first?
Yeah, here, Otto, I'll give you an invite as well.
I think Kitty should probably speak first, if that's possible.
Okay.
Okay. I just want to say, I can understand why staff would want like a database of every build for the purpose of like judging a town for promotion. I know Otto has some issues with that. I'm not really gonna contest that. The main thing I contest is the idea that this is just a benchmark thing that towns have to have. I think that's way too bureaucratic and over the top, and I also strongly doubt that any town that has not recently sought promotion is even complying with that requirement right now. I know I haven't gone through all of my old towns and marked everything up. I know no one that I have talked to has done that, so I don't. And I think that's kind of a. I don't think that's a reasonable requirement for mayors as a baseline thing. I think plagiarism is pretty simple, and it should be enforced how we enforce most rules on the server. If you get caught doing it, you get in trouble. It's not like I don't think you should have to have a database of every building in your town just to make sure that one of them isn't copied, because in the past people have done it and they've gotten caught and they've gotten in trouble, and it's not a common enough occurrence that we need to have that heavy of a policy on every town owner in order to combat it.
So I would agree with that sentiment that that for older towns that this wasn't really a big deal. I would also argue, okay, what about the flip side? If you've got a building that someone has copied over into their own town, like even if you guys have talked about giving credit, and regardless of how that conversation went, you probably, as the original builder, will want some kind of credit. So enforcing a requirement and like making sure that there is some way that credit is being given is a faithful thing. And also, like, let's also just remember that the way that copyright and plagiarism and stuff works is, generally speaking, if you're giving someone permission to put a building in their town, that does not carry with it permission for them to let that building go on another level. And if there's no credit, then say 3 or 4 years down the road, you might not remember which builds are yours, and therefore, like, then that brings back to my first problem, where like as the original builder, you might not have wanted it to get spread that far. Does that make sense?
Well, I think
with regards to
the if you would be, like you're saying, if you build a build in someone else's town, you'd want credit for that. And I feel like Otto addresses that in his proposal, which is like, if you build in someone's town, you can ask them, the permission can be contingent on, please give credit, put it on a sign or whatnot. But like what Otto's proposing is that if the person doesn't ask, then that not be a requirement. And I don't think with Minecraft builds, like every build in another town that isn't yours, I don't think if the person who built it isn't requiring you to put like a sign, I don't think that equates to trying to claim credit for it. I don't think any, like if I have a I have a big theater by Cortese in my town. I'm not claiming ownership of that, and I think it's pretty obvious that I didn't build it. But
it's obvious to you. It's obvious to you.
If I were going for promotion, I could tell staff, "Hey, this is a theater built by Cortese." But like, with regards to for a general member, Cortese has not asked me to give credit on a sign, so I don't think that should be a requirement.
But Kitty, again, like I think it's also worth remembering that from a new member's perspective, if they're coming on and they're looking at the town and they see something in the town that doesn't have any kind of indicator that it belongs to somebody else, then they might go, "Oh, hey, can I put this in my town?" And then you are not in a position where you can give that permission.
And that's why Cortese could ask me to put a sign on it if he wants. If he doesn't want,
if he doesn't want credit, then
regardless of whether or not it has to be on a sign, if you were to tell the guest, "Hey, you can put this in your town," that would still be against the rules, and you could still get in trouble for that. And I think, I don't know, for me, it's like requiring a big database is way too much of an over-engineered bureaucratic response to a problem that is not very big.
I would agree with Kitty on this.
I can also kind of say something about that. That's I can say I've been pretty involved with franchises over the years, and as a franchise owner, I've run into this exactly once, and it was with a franchise, not with some other kind of build, and that's not something this rule addresses in the first place. The thing is, in general, it should be expected that without proper permission from the person who made it, you cannot copy something. A town mayor giving permission for someone else to copy a building that they didn't make is as such inappropriate regardless. That's not something this rule really fixes or addresses or avoids. I get the sentiment, and yeah, that's a problem. It's happened a few times over the years, but it's not something this rule even addresses in the first place. Not really. And I know Kitty disagrees with the solution I gave because I agree with Kitty on the record keeping thing. I've actually, for the sake of like making an argument, I have an older city, Waltham Wallasey, that I hope to someday get a premiere, not in the too far future. And when going through buildings, I realized that I have about 100 buildings in Waltham Wallasey that teeter right on that 50% edge. Quite a few of them I wouldn't even know who to credit anymore at this point. I wouldn't. Record keeping for that would be ridiculously tedious, and especially as I move around my buildings now and again and describing where things are. Basically, it's a barrier at this point for actually getting to a promotion. And I know Kitty doesn't agree with that solution, but I think there's definitely beyond plagiarism, because I don't think this really addresses plagiarism. That just punishing someone who's caught plagiarizing another building beyond the terms that the original builder said is just that more than enough. I can't think of an instance this were caught where it wouldn't have been caught in the same way either way. But I do think there's merit to staff knowing who did what in a town, and I don't think the current rule does that very well, because there goes a lot more into area design and having a town that works than just specifically who made more in a specific building. I know Kitty doesn't agree with the solution I gave for that. I personally think that you could solve that by just declaring major involvement from other people in the town or area, defining that specifically, as I've defined specifically in the proposal as well, more specifically. But that's kind of still vague, but that's kind of the compromise me and the people working on this proposal made in order to still satisfy what staff wants to see regarding who did what in towns, but while removing the bureaucracy and the misrepresentation it actually can give of the actual construction of town.
So,
could I add on one more point?
Yeah.
Just with regards to like, just one more point on the like having it a rule as a general rule for all towns. It's like, if someone really like actually wants to plagiarize someone, like they could just lie in the declaration. They could just write a database where they're like, yep, I built this. Like if you really want to be, like there's been people in the past where it's like they've built towns where most of the buildings are plagiarized, and it's like, if they're going to do that, I imagine they would just, be like, yep, I built all of these. So again, regardless of whether there's a database or not, if someone really wants to claim credit for something they didn't build, they can still do so, and it still relies on them getting caught. And so I think, all that having a database serves is to add a big bureaucratic restriction on owning a town, and even on people who own a town that was built a long time ago. Like, right. I don't want to go around in my town that I haven't worked on since 2015 and have to start record keeping shit because some rule was passed at a GSM.
So I'm going to jump in here. The major involvements thing is way too much work. I think it's too fiddly. I don't like it. With regard to just having plagiarism rules in general, we already ask people call out builds that they didn't that they copied from elsewhere in town promotions. We do have that. And if they don't do that and we catch them, we already have ways of dealing with it. I don't think this is a serious enough issue to warrant any rule changes.
I+1.
But this is not
Well,
proposing
we're
to do a
propo-
new
we're-
rule. We're actually fighting
I think
the
it's
rule that
proposing
currently
to.
exists.
I think it's proposing to roll back a rule change. basically.
Yes.
What I'm hearing is roll back the like declaring stuff, and maybe what we could do is like switch to just a simple affirmation that you that like you have given credit to any builds that need it without necessarily requiring that you go through and like declare everything on the form. Like
I do think.
what?
Oh, sorry.
I mean, as a kind of middle ground, right? Because like I do think that I can understand where you guys are coming from, that the record keeping is burdensome, especially for older towns. Like I think that's a very valid concern. On the other hand, when we're considering like involvement of like how much a mayor has put into a town when you're going for promotion, like again, that's the time that we're looking at it. As long as we can at least have some kind of affirmation that you are in compliance, just so that we know that you have at least considered it and that you have at least made sure that like that you are in as good of a shape as you believe that you need to be. I mean, I would like to see some kind of thing there, and then I do want to make credit mandatory. As if you know who the original builder is, I want to make credit mandatory, because like even if people have said that it's genuinely not an issue, it's a thing that will help you remember what's like what builds you did and all that down the line. Because I mean, if you've got an older town, you're probably going to forget. So
I really don't. So
I
maybe this
strongly disagree, but
I very
I said,
strongly
that's why I said
disagree.
if. That's why I said if you know who it is, like if it's something that's old enough in an old town that's been lost to history, then I don't want to make you have to go back and do all that. But for like new stuff, when you're putting it in, like I do want to, like I think it's really important to give credit. I think it's also the fact that like I've also been through college, and like you know, like anyone who goes through college, like you know that you have to be forthcoming with credit.
But this is,
And it's better to be careful and credit your who you got stuff from than it's just better to be careful with that.
But I mean, we're not a university. We're a Minecraft server, and
Yes.
we've not that a system like that. I mean, I don't know if there's any other Minecraft server that has a rule system like that, and I feel like that is very unreasonable when much more simpler rules would be a lot more effective.
I think
I
just
don't
a simple.
Really, I'm going to back Kitty here. I really don't think, and neither did the people who signed the petition that I've talked to, and neither did the people I worked with on this whole proposal, I think that's really a good solution to the problem. We're basically saying just the copyright that people have isn't enough. We need to have more, and it doesn't really solve or address anything. And I get that there are situations where it's probably good and kind to be as exact as possible. I think there's merit to what you're saying, Chief, especially in regards if you're talking about university, for example. But copyright is the way it is for a reason in that sense, like the way people and credit, because just as a response to what you said regarding the labeling of credit, Chief, answer me this. I sell and I lease out bus stop designs. I sell and I lease out buses. It's not a franchise. I sell and I lease out building designs, for just general buildings. It's not a franchise. And I help people with designs like town squares or buildings or metro stations all the time. not only is there a serious point of arbitration to giving credit, a point where additional signs are not helpful but actually might take away from designs and smaller objects and smaller buildings. There is also just a point of arbitration at that point where it doesn't even towards honest credit, it doesn't really help anymore to specifically declare in this way. I get that the proposal we give for declarations about areas and major projects isn't a good solution. Maybe there's better ways to solve that, but going at
I
it
think
the
what I
way
was going with though.
here isn't actually helpful. It doesn't help, and it's actually creating more problems than it causes. And there's an arbitrary boundary that we really can't discern about where to stop and start labeling things in that way when that's the baseline demand.
So my 2 cents on the matter is that we have a checkbox when you're submitting your town for review that you affirm that you've credited or you have not plagiarized builds. I'm not saying you have to write credit on everything. You just have not plagiarized things. Does that seem reasonable?
I think having some affirmation is good. We can debate about the exact language, but with the intent being that you're affirming that anything that isn't yours that needs to give, I think the general sentiment, yes. I think we can hang all over the language. That's a separate thing, but
okay. So I think we should just finish this here because this shouldn't need to be a whole thing over exact language. I think we just have an affirmation saying you have not plagiarized any builds in your town. Period.
Sure. Okay.
And that
Period.
person just saying that
That's
you've
it.
got confirmation, like that everyone's okay with their builds, or trying
No,
to get
that you have-
what you mean by affirmation there.
So it's just a checkbox, like when you go to submit it, just saying.
like
I have
how
not-
on the current city rank form how there's the field that you have to put stuff in. We've replaced that with a checkbox that you just check.
Okay. Because I do agree with the sentiment that the current plagiarism rules kind of barrier any really new town promotions for like the higher ranks because of the effort required.
Yeah,
So I do
and-
agree with what Sinra is proposing, like, try to roll back what we can, but still keeping the original intent of trying to block any plagiarism occur.
And if you wish to write credit on the building, sure, fine. But we're not going to require it.
I do
that
think
reasonable?
that I do think in that sense it is kind of important to discuss wording because there is existing rules that would have to be replaced here with an actual consensus here. And I would really hate for
Well,
that.
we can always propose the better wording in the form too. Usually what has happened in the past with prior wordings is we might get a good wording in staff channel, and as I've done in the past, put it in the forum channel to make sure members are okay with the wording too, later after the meeting.
Yeah, that would work.
Okay. But I think that we should not have any sort of database requirement. We should not have any sort of labeling requirement. It should be. This is a Minecraft server.
If I could just make one more comment before I go back to the audience in this thing. Could someone just like write down what the exact decision is going to be, just so that everyone's on the same page, and also so that I can report it?
Yes.
So are you going to reiterate what you said?
Yes, we are going to eliminate the need to list out copied builds from city rank promotions. We will instead have an affirmation, wording to be determined, that will basically state that you affirm that everything in your town you have permission to have there. Any objections to that from staff?
I tried to get all minutes, so tell me if I got that wrong, Sinra, but
Let me
I
check
think I got
minutes.
it.
Seems good.
I can read it off. I put no
I
record
have
keeping
it.
will be needed anymore. Oh, but
Yeah. No record keeping.
Don't
Yes.
forget the second part.
What's the second part?
The part about the credit itself.
Oh, and no specific call out for credit will be required.
Yeah, so I put no record keeping.
Yeah, no
Okay,
record
there it
keeping
is.
works for that. Yes.
Except if that's required by the original builder, of course, because
Of-
otherwise
of
it would actually be
course.
plagiarism.
Of course, no, but that's not us.
Then it would
Yeah,
be
it's not-
that would be the permission would be contingent on that. So if you don't do that, then you don't have permission.
Yeah. All right. Any further comments from staff?
Goodbye. Thanks for hearing my opinions.
Mind if I stay in here? I won't talk except ask, but the following subjects are also mine, so.
I'm fine with that for
Yeah,
auto.
that's fine.
Still
Yeah.
be your 5B.
I am still muted. Yeah, so I would caution, the one caution that I have on this is that it's going to shift the burden of town mayors from having an official record to you're going to need to be prepared to defend yourself if you check the box and we're going around and we see a building that we've seen before in another town. You're going to need to be prepared to defend yourself on that. So
Yeah, totally fine. That's how it's worked for years. It worked fine. I think
well,
it'll
and
work fine
then
in the future.
what that means though then is that this then changes the intent. So the reason that I want to have the affirmation is to make sure that everyone is like actively making an effort to go through the town and make sure that you're in compliance. What that does is that's setting a standard of that if you check the box and we catch you, that's false representation. That's not a failure to paperwork. So that does mean that we will be that I would recommend then leaving the guideline in place of if we catch violations of this, based on the affirmation, that it would be a more severe L3. So now, say what you will about, and I agree that minimum sentencing in the real world is ineffective in terms of it's not a very good deterrent. But I would just caution that, and we can put this on the form as like a description of like if we catch you, that it's and you're not able to provide a good defense for it, that it could immediately go straight to an L3. So just a caution for everybody if that's a consequence of this decision.
Otto probably wants to comment on that.
Yeah.
I actually slightly disagree with that because even when people are cautioned to specifically do something, no, not accidentally click the box, Noah. No, even if we're asking specifically for people to have made sure that this is all in order, there will still be errors or things forgotten sometimes, especially when handling bigger towns with these promotions are about. So I do think it's still important to check case by case whether or not there is actual intent to obfuscate that like obfuscate the original builder or something rather than
and I think
it
that
just being an oversight, because oversights will happen here.
Yeah, and there is a difference between those. Just know that like if it's done on purpose, that's a false representation. And like we do consider intent whenever we're issuing any sanctions. So that is something that will continue to be considered. So
Okay, well that's solved that concern.
okay, cool. So I guess the last point before we move on is we didn't talk about the only thing that we talked about was just striking out the whole bit of actually no, never mind, that addressed my last concern. Never mind. So essentially what we're doing is keeping let me just make sure that I know the comparison between the current one and the new one. Okay. So we're essentially all right. I may propose a couple small language changes, but generally what it sounds like what we're doing is going with bullet points 1 and 2. And scrapping number 3 entirely. And replacing it with the affirmation. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Final wording will be finalized in staff and sent to forum. That way members can get thoughts on it before it goes on the rule page.
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
Sounds good to me.
Okay.
Okay. 5B, rewarding server votes.
Cricket noises inserted here.
Well, this is your proposal, Otto, so you got to defend it.
Well, it's pretty simple. I think I really did explain it already. What I've noticed, I've tracked for a few months where Frontpool asks people to vote at the start of the month. There is actually an influx of members at the start of the month every time that a lot of people do vote, and that influx doesn't really happen in the same way in the months where people aren't encouraged to vote in the same way. So it does actually appear that voting makes a significant difference to the amount of people that come in, and also in return, the potential amount of people that get accepted. So having some way to non-intrusively encourage and reward votes, that might help. And I don't have a proposal yet for that. That's what I'm saying here. I'm basically trying to ask, is this something that staff and the server would be open to?
So I go back and forth on this because I think it's a quality versus quantity thing. And also, right now, we've got a lot of other things going on. Like, I mean, we've got 6 new mods, so we need to onboard. So, but basically, like, I like the idea. I think, you know, having us listed and being able to accept stuff like that certainly is a noble thing that we do, and I'm glad that we do it. And I think that, like, Frumple's, you know, just reminding himself to, or, you know, making sure that he posts in announcements and whatnot to get stuff posted, that I think that certainly helped. The thing that I worry about, though, is that a lot of times the demographic, and this isn't everyone who comes on from those server lists and whatnot, traditionally the demographic of people who come on from those server lists, I don't think matches up with the type of people who we would want in the community all that often. I mean, I know that that's a lot more of a concern with, like, Planet Minecraft type lists, but I think, yeah, I don't know. CC, you've been going through the member apps a little bit more. Do you? I know that we ask for people who want to tell us how they heard about the server. Do you know about what proportion recently have been from serverless, or?
I can pull it up real quick. Just give me
Okay.
a few minutes.
In the meantime, from the public side of things, I did compare the 2 months that are in the Frumple's graph for application acceptance over time, in which he asked as well, and there was no significant change in the total acceptance percentage or application. Well, the applications did spike those 2 months. You can actually see it in the graph. It's slightly higher in the months where, which was December and February for those 2. You can see it. I can screenshot this. Hold on.
CC reports in staff chat that it's mostly just various internet searches. So
that's like most common reason of the past year.
Basically, at the very least, what I could see publicly when making this proposal is that it couldn't see a significant change in the acceptance rates in the 2 months there that stick out, which are the 2 months Frumple asked people to vote back then, before this graph ended, of course, because this graph ends before the last 2 times that Frumple asked. So that's what I was going off of here, just to make that context clear.
Sure. Okay. So again, I think that this certainly has merit. To me, I'd rather table this for a month, and if you are, like, if you're able to flesh out what sorts of incentives you would want to have in place, then I think that then we can kind of handle it all in one go. I also think that right now we've got more high priority things that the staff need to be thinking about, like onboarding our new folks and making sure that the community itself is stable. And then based on that, then we can try and think of what sorts of stuff we want to do. One of the things that I personally will be thinking about in this kind of discussion is it's a really big balance that we're going to have to do between providing an incentive without breaking the experience for people who don't participate. So, look, we don't want to give a super unfair advantage. So,
I feel like we do it should be kind of tiny, just to be like, hey, like thanks. Like it's not, you don't have to do it, but like it's just like, hey, thanks for doing this.
So what so just to pose it then, the question then, so this plugin actually, the plugin that I'm suggesting here actually has a lot of options in that regard. I was considering just based on what the plugin allows and exactly that same concern, because I had that too when considering writing this proposal, is how about something that maybe says once or twice a day by 12 hours apart, hey, you can vote for the server and earn some extra money, but don't make it more than that, because then it would start being intrusive on the server. And reward people, for example, only with a private message when they vote, and for example, 5 in-game bucks or something like that. And then you can set it as to do it for every voting website, or just if for 1 vote a day at max, depending on how you set up the plugin. That's both are possible. So
I'm gonna go side with Chief here and say we should shelve this for at least another month, potentially more.
I'm just asking here for would a solution like that address that concern for a future proposal, because then I know where to go when I do come back with this after the shelving is over.
I don't think you can answer.
Yeah, I think it's more like, again, the intention here seems like it's grounded well. I would just say, as much as you're able to come up with, like, find various alternatives, and then if you've got various ideas that you think could fit the community, to me, the really the most important thing is, one, to not be spammy about it in chat, because I know that the servers that depend on serverless to get traffic, that it is so fucking annoying the way that it appears in chat. 2, that it doesn't break the experience if people decide not to vote.
Mm-hmm.
So as long as we're able to meet those 2 needs, then I think investigating something like that could be worthwhile. So.
All right, can do that in the proposal whenever I bring it back.
Yep, I think if you're able to.
How about I come back with it in 2 months?
How about whenever you're ready?
Whenever you're ready. All right. And
I think.
Cool. I don't want to. If we're pushing this off for a few months, let's cut it here and move on.
Yep, I think no for now, and we'll give a look when you're ready to bring it back. Okay.
There we go.
Thank you, Otto. All right, next up is 5C, opening of the staff world.
Hello. So, I know we had some really good discussion in forum about this. Mainly, some people had talked about they had private builds on the staff world. That was mainly talked about by Gods and Yoshi in the past. And the question got brought up whether current staff have private things on the staff world that if the staff world was to be opened, if that would cause problems. Because I know the current kind of dynamic we have of staff world is no one is able to get in except staff, and people have used in the past to hide things. I didn't know if that is currently still common with some staff right now. Specifically, it's people that have been on staff for a while. Chief, did AP give any comments on his opinion?
Let me pull up his DM here.
Cool. The question to you, Senra, too, because
AP said, "See no problem, sure."
I don't have anything private on there, but I would like to echo what Skelly surfaced, which is that if the staff world is publicized, then the option of using the staff world for private projects is gone. And we recently haven't used it, but if we wanted to do something like a surprise for the server, we no longer have that option.
What I would say, though, Sinra, is there's two solutions to that. One is the staff world would not be added to the automatic render schedule. So we would do one full render now, and then beyond that, it's just like the new world, and then it's manual. The second is that if there is a genuine need for a large project, we can approve, even in a private portion if that's necessary, we can approve adding an extra one in addition. That's what we did for Airport World. So
True, you're right. You're right.
So there is the option of having a private one for a specific purpose and then moving the project over.
Yeah,
so if it needs to genuinely be outside of any of the worlds. So
Tangentially
if you're that concerned.
Tangentially to that, I know in the past staff world, like we had done that. People that, if we are to do that, I think like having a separate project world, then that option should be open for members too. Like that option for people to use that too, if we were to do that.
I mean, that's kind of what the lab world serves that for members. The staff world is more of like that for staff.
Well, my point here being is that if people need to hide, if people like projects that they're trying to do, like I guess that was kind of why I was asking Yoshi and like trying to ask Yoshi and then why they didn't do their stuff off world, like off the server. They were doing the staff world because it was something they were doing for the server.
Yeah, I mean that's what the AIX people are doing, is like it's in a different world. So, or it's in a completely different environment. Like it's not even on here. So.
I mean, there's not really anything we're doing that needs to be hidden away, Otto. That was kind of my point. Is like, and I had brought that up to others.
Okay.
Because people always like to joke about the staff world, and that's why I was just like, why can't we just open it at the point? Because the main concern was over the MRT.
Elite, this is mostly proposed so that we can add it to Dynmap so that like we can figure out what's there.
So
Well,
the
Kitty,
original origin of staff world, that was for whenever the bring up of the server, right, for the new world.
yeah, it was to have the schematics and stuff in a spot that we could just grab them.
I mean, that's kind of the way it's been right now. It's been just a staff lab world. I guess, what are other opinions of staff?
I have no objections at this point. Oh yeah, Games World PA lobby stuff. I don't see any reason why we can't publicize it and just restrict building to anyone who isn't staff.
That was kind of the intent, was to basically let entry, yes, but they won't be able to build on the staff world.
Yeah, I don't see a problem with that. And then I think that then we would just have the standard of if you need, well, like, I'll just remind everybody that this doesn't mean that we're building portals or access points onto the world. It's more of a thing of we're removing the restrictions so that if you happen to be in there for whatever reason, that's fine. But like, it's not going to be directly accessible.
Mm-hmm.
But then I do like the idea of if there's something that you need to build off server and hide for a big reveal, that I think just for fairness sake, that we should have the standard of that should be done that should be done in single player on a different server.
Chief, my point was to open it to public. That way people can, like,
Yeah,
look
it is.
around.
It is there's still public access, but just like, what about? I think that just like having a like portal from Central Park, I don't think we need that necessarily.
In what way then do you see
Like,
it?
how do people get there?
Yeah.
We should have a portal at Central Park then.
I mean, I don't think it's like a necessary or fair that like one of the first things the guests do is walk around in like the staff server. So that's one end of the spectrum, but at the same time, if we open it up for like the public, then there should be a way for everyone to get there.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah.
Yeah, fair enough.
We could also just have like just when there's like a lot of demand, we can just have like 1 or 2 days that when staff can just teleport people there, and then just don't have to worry about like a portal or something.
I mean, the point. So the reason I brought this up is because I don't know when this was. Was it last year or the year before? We had outlawed bringing anyone in the staff world because we doing it, and then we ended up restricting access. And then I kind of had the thought of it about a month ago, and I had asked Frumple about why we can't have people in staff world anymore, because I was just doing MRT stuff, and I was kind of questioning. I was like, well, aside from Yoshi, like I had known that Yoshi had done his stuff on the staff world. He actually has a corner in the staff world where he does put a lot of his game shows. And that was kind of the only reason I saw that we were keeping it private so far. And that was kind of, this proposal mainly was definitely to generate discussion over why it wasn't.
Yeah, I don't think there's any real compelling reason why it needs to be kept this way.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
Otto, if we protect Yoshi's stuff, I will say this: Yoshi has explained that he'd rather we don't do any of his shows anyway. So there's not really much. Even if people see it, you can't use it anyway. I think that was
also
kind of the way I had understood what Yoshi had said in the past.
And to answer the earlier point of what about quiz questions that need to be brought in, like schematics can carry sign data. So you can load your stuff as a schematic if you're building it off server and then bring it on when you're ready to do that. So I don't think that's really an issue.
I mean, yeah. So no entry regions are possible. Like that's up to the staff can do that.
So pretty much the staff world as like how it would
if
be.
Yoshi wants us to have
more...
a no entry on his stuff, that's fine. Like that's definitely up to him. I can communicate.
But it would be like more it would be more like a world just for like MRT technical stuff, and just open access for everyone to see.
I'll just tell you guys, if you go there, it's really boring.
There's really nothing there.
Yeah. It's just a staff lab. Like I have all my junk from MRT and just other lab
Yeah.
stuff. Like you aren't getting much. And that's
Okay,
why that's why I'm saying to open it.
CC, I think if you want to check with Yoshi, see what we want to do about that. If it's shoved in a corner, we can block that. That's fine. The rest, then I think it sounds like we're fine opening it.
Yeah, it seems a mix of Yoshi and Gods. Because Gods had mentioned some stuff too, so I'll check with both of them.
I mean, honestly, like the proposal that I was going to say is give current and former staff, give them a month or two of, if you have anything on there that you want to remove, come on and get rid of it, and then we just open the whole thing.
Okay.
Just, I think that that's even the simpler answer, and then we don't have to worry about private regions.
That's fair.
Because like then from a
Yes,
Kitty, it would. Because then it would like just be simpler to manage, and then from a fairness perspective, if you're doing something private that you genuinely don't want other people to see, then you shouldn't, like, don't do it on here. So, or like, find some other place to hide it if that's really important. So, what do you guys think about that? Of current and former staff get a month or two to come on. We can let them do stuff in the staff world. If they have things that are private that they want to delete or remove, that's fine. But then after a month or two, that then the whole thing is open.
I'm fine with that. I like that.
That's
actually.
reasonable.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
5D.
Hang on, real quick, just to clarify. Do you guys want to give 1 month, 2 months? How long do we want
1
to
month
give
should
for
be
that?
Plenty.
Pretzel, you're not staff. You don't get a vote on that.
I think 1 month should be plenty.
I think for the ones that care, that they're already are paying attention to this GSM, so they'll probably get in contact with those pretty fast.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. Auto's voting for B's, so I think that's it. Okay. So 1 month. Current and former staff can go on, remove whatever they don't want to get seen, and then at next GSM we'll open it to the public. I think that works.
Woo woo.
All right.
Oh, got it. Okay. Oh no,
Five-
Auto. Okay. 5D. This will hopefully be a quick one. So for those of you who haven't seen Discord, we have access to the Threads feature with Discord right now. So what I would like to do is allow using Threads in the media and events channels, because it is a lot clearer of communicating what the original message was than replies. And it's, I think, a lot easier to tie stuff back. So for those who haven't experimented with Threads yet, Threads are essentially a way of having a sub-channel within a channel. So you can have a whole separate channel of like conversation and all that sort of stuff, but it's not on the main conversation. So one of the reasons that we split media and events into their own channels, or into the two channels that we did, was because the media, or like the main channels, were getting cluttered with discussion, and I think having the opportunity to discuss stuff in a way that's reasonably close to the actual announcements makes a lot of sense. Pretzel, you are not on staff.
I can't even shock you. You're not in game. You lose. Good day.
No, but like I've looked around at it for myself, and also asked other people about it, and like we're mostly negative about it, like me and like the people I asked when I was in game then, just because it makes go like, if you go through Discord to see what you missed on a daily basis, then it's really a pain in the ass to go through all the threads and to see what did you miss. Well, now it's because you take in that information at the same time, you can easily connect it to the right announcement anyway. So I don't. I think that keeping it as it is would actually work better.
I concur.
So I would counter that with, this is discussion specifically in media and events, which generally
Mhm.
happens in response to a specific post. And if you're the person who had the original message, then you get pinged when the thread gets created. If you're involved in the discussion of a thread, then you'll be up to date. But otherwise, you can see that the channel icon changes in the sidebar when there are threads and when there are active threads. And also, above announcements in the sidebar, there's a thing that says active threads. So I think there is a way to get in there and see what's happening. I'll note to address concerns in the channel. So threads archive automatically after a period of time. Based on our boost level, we can have it be 1 hour, 24 hours, or 3 days. What archive doesn't mean delete. It just means that it gets removed from the active threads. As soon as someone posts in that thread again, then it goes back to active status. Yeah.
But like,
Actually, if I know I said earlier, Chief, when I was taking my break, that I was okay with it, but it seems that a large portion of the community is against it, so it might be best to just err on the side of caution, not do a transition at the present moment into threads.
yeah, so yeah, like a lot of people are like really interested in like events and stuff, and like try to like know what's going on with all those, and to have to click on all the threads, and like at some point the amount of threads, especially because usually it's just like maybe 2 or 3 responses to one announcement. I don't think that warrants a separate thread, because that way you just create like a whole bunch of a whole clutter of threads that you just get lost in.
I would agree with that, but that's also why they archive themselves. So they don't show up in the active thread
Yeah,
list.
but like still.
Okay, here's another example then. If you've got two announcements that happen, if you've got two announcements that or two conversations that are happening one right after another, the way that replies work right now is actually more cluttered in terms of following the conversation and trying to understand what thing is actually being discussed. So having two conversations at once and being able to separate them out into two separate locations that are tied back to the original channel, that's something that makes it, I think, a lot easier to figure out which message is tied to which thing.
I understand what you're saying, Chief, but I agree with Otto that we could at least have a month or so of grace period for people to get used to threads and how to work them, because honestly the Discord GUI isn't exactly the best anyways. So as a compromise, maybe we could revisit this in September.
As I said in the private talk that we had before, if we do threads, I do think we need to have like some demonstration. That way people do know how to use them. I was gonna say maybe we do a trial period. Maybe we just like convert one of them to threads just to see if it works out for us, just to see if people do like it, and then reevaluate it. Yeah, exactly, Foot. That was kind of where I was going with it. Trying it just for like a short period of time and see if it works out for us.
Well, maybe we could do it as a hybrid thing of allowing people to create threads in one specific channel, because I don't know, I think there are benefits to it, and I can see that there are drawbacks that you guys are bringing, so
because sometimes there are like two announcements very shortly after each other, and then especially when it's like maybe broadcast by or two different events, then you want them separated. But often there's like a few hours between announcements, and then it just doesn't make sense to have to differentiate it, because you can usually see it in chat anyway. Yeah, I think Kitty's option is like a good one, and just see how that goes, and which one will be used more, and then maybe
Yeah.
in a month or two we can evaluate that.
I think that's a good approach.
Yeah, turn it on in those in the announcement channels. Come back in a month and see. A month, or how long a period should we evaluate it for?
Let's give it a little longer, just given that this is a bigger Discord feature that like has, that like takes a little bit to get used to. So I think saying that they're allowed now, and then let's reevaluate in the fall. So probably, let's say give it a look in October.
Yeah, in 2 months. Yeah. Sounds good.
So then, okay, allowing threads in both, then I think just makes sense, just so people can kind of get the hang of it.
Yeah, agreed. And foot, I don't agree. I think if it really falls hard, then I think it's an admin discretion which can happen, or it can be proposed at the GSM to change it.
If it's
So,
a real big issue, yeah, like I'll step in and deal with it. But
yeah.
I believe they are enabled now. So if you're trying to create a thread and having issues, then that's fine. I will note, just for transparency's sake, that server wide, like if we are at whenever we're at level 2 boost, server wide we are disabling private threads, just because that is a pain to deal with. But public threads in the appropriate channels, that those are fine. Okay.
All right.
So we'll go the compromise route and reevaluate in a couple months to see what we want to do. That sounds good. Okay. 5E. This is allows members and staff to request a mod to be present, which would otherwise be one-on-one with owner and admins. So I'll just come out and say that this makes sense. I can see where it comes from. I'm going to say something that is going to sound controversial, but like, please, like, read the words here literally. This should not have to be a policy. This is something that technically you guys already have. So I think putting it in writing, I think we can certainly do it. It's a thing that I would hope that the community is in a position that it's the norm, that people are willing to trust each other and not need this as a policy. So
I agree with you. However, I also understand why having something like this could be that extra layer of safety.
Yes, absolutely.
And for that reason, I am for this.
Yeah. Put it on writing gives people, members, the comfort of knowing that it's there.
Yeah.
And if they need it, they know they can get it.
Could we extend it to all staff members and not just administrators? Because I would kind of feel bad if I was somehow exempt from it, but CC isn't.
All conversations, I think you have the option to bring in more people.
Yep.
Otto would like to.
Otto, I think is there anything that we haven't? Yeah, I think it's fine.
I agree, but just maybe do you want to know the context why I kept it specific to admins in the first place?
I don't think it's entirely necessary.
All right, that's fine.
Yeah, I think if we extend it to staff in general, I don't see that as a bad thing per se.
I think it adds more accountability.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's more of a thing of, again, it's an option, and we're just putting in writing an option that's existed for a long time. So,
okay,
Right. So staff vote. We're adopting this, but extending it to all staff, not just.
Yeah, I think that's fine.
Okay.
Yep.
5 Foxtrot.
5F. Yeah.
No.
Okay. I'm firmly against this. This is airfields. So I'm firmly against this. And the reason is as follows. If you want a bigger airfield, go for governor.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's it.
The size thing, I fully agree that we shouldn't alter that. The runaway width thing, I think that is getting a bit out of hand with quite a few airfields, and if y'all don't want to get like into like the air business, that's fine. But I think if we can just say like it should be like the width of the widest plane, which seems fair, then I think that's something we can consider.
I don't think we should modify the rules at all at this point. I think we ask you to be realistic. If we look at it and we determine that it is not realistic, staff can and should make that call.
If it's egregious, we'll call you on it and make you fix it. We've dealt with this before. And for everyone who's asking about the specific, pretzel, then that's probably a sign that your airfield needs to be redesigned and maybe remove gates.
Well, to be on. Sorry, Chief. You can
Go ahead.
continue. Well, to be honest, my interpretation of the rules as they are currently is basically that we're not going to be doing specific measurements to make sure the planes can get in and out or stuff like that. Just that as long as it's not obviously unrealistic. So no floating airports, no runways that are 2 blocks long, no putting gates on planes that are in the air. But we don't really care if the taxiways, if the planes technically can't get out, or if the planes technically, or if the runway technically is only 50 blocks long and not 100.
I mean, there are planes. There are planes that do have vertical landing. So
but regardless,
there are
before
dumber things.
Before we go too far off topic, what's the consensus on this? It sounds like no.
No changes. No changes.
No changes. Okay.
Do I need to add
moving
more
on.
context on those warnings that I-7D had called out? Because I just want to make those clear of why. Because both those I had was the one responsible for.
Does it need to be called out right this moment, or can that be called out separately?
Mainly because I-7D had used it as evidence for his proposal. And
Okay,
I think that
go ahead,
doesn't
then.
really help his proposal. So Prismarine was warned for terraforming issues because the airfield itself was floating. And I had told Pretzel to fix that. That's not really in the sense of it. I don't really. It does. I had applied this using the current rules of don't land scar. I don't think we need to have any separate rules to cover that, as the current rule set already applies there. Pasadena almost did have a warning again for land scarring. Again, I don't see any reason we need to modify the rules as they stand, because in the current format that they are, it covers those kind of land scarring issues that we had in the past already.
For everyone who is lobbying for an increase, that's never going to happen because there's always going to be somebody.
Already.
I think, I mean, I can understand why the sentiment is that it's small, but let me just point out that there's always going to be someone who wants more. And so that's why the response is, if you want a bigger airfield, go for governor. Because once you hit governor, your airport size limit scales with your city. And there's a very clear path for how to make it bigger. So.
Well, I think the original intent too was the center airport was more not a full-blown commercial airport, but more of a local,
regional.
Yeah, a small airport like you see in a suburban area or something like that. Not like, you take your what they call the small airplane, the little prop planes and stuff like that, and not like with gates and all that stuff.
Okay, I think we're waffling on this a while. I think we've been in consensus. This is a hard no. Moving on.
Yep, I think we're good on this. 5G. And not
As video was one that asked about this. I don't have much experience with the command. Anybody else? I know Dinty did some stuff in the past with it.
Okay, someone I saw right now, the reason that the /lag command isn't available is because it runs a garbage collector, and if everyone's spamming that all at once, that can have a measurable performance impact.
Mm-hmm.
I want to see data and names of who else would want to use this if it's beyond i7D. Kitty, it's like TPS, but it runs a different performance check. It's milliseconds per tick is what it's doing. Yeah.
Do we want to try it on beta just to see how it goes?
I think
Why
that's
don't-
wise.
We can add it to beta when we are looking at command block stuff. I think that's fine. But I mean, just I want to be cautious just because anything that's measuring performance does have the potential to cause performance issues if a lot of people are using it. But also, it's like if this is only a thing that i7D wants, I mean, I don't know how much effort it is worth expending on this. So.
Yeah. If we test it on beta and it's super easy, fine, and it doesn't cause issues, I have no issue adding it. I have no issue with us adding it, I should say.
No, Kitty, I think it's more just that it
i7D's not really here to comment on. I don't know why it is more
Yeah.
useful, to be honest.
the way I understand it is people who are not at like, well, yeah, I don't know. That's actually a good question because like milliseconds per tick, like
I heard it was
No.
more precise or something, but like I think
Dinty and Fuss are both saying it can be more precise for diagnosing lag.
but like
I
if
mean,
if you have no like technical experience with any of this, then it won't matter to you if you see one or the other. But like if there is a difference in performance, then that does matter to us.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying we should test it on beta and see.
Yeah.
And we can go from there because that's going to
Yeah.
be probably between now and the next GSM, and we can announce what we found.
Okay. Cool. Add it to the list of stuff to test on beta then. Moving on.
Okay.
6A.
New bus facility. Oh my goodness.
Is there a TLDR on this proposal?
The TLDR
He wants to take the Clipper bus terminal, which is partially completed, I believe, in Western Central City, destroy it, replace it with a park and ride with some buses made, I think, by him that go to Central City destinations, like the MRT land and whatever, and some buses allocated to others.
I see
Elite
no.
is there now. If you want to check out the location.
It is, and there's a map all the way at the bottom, and I recommend looking at it because that makes it really clear.
He wants to centralize basically transit into Central City, put it over kind of
Yeah, the
one
current,
area.
the current station isn't all too nice, in my opinion.
I see no problem with this.
I have no issues with this.
Yeah. Just like 100 buses seems a bit of a big project to manage, but
well,
I have some background from that. So Elite has kind of been working on getting like a group of people together. He had actually asked me before. I think Kitty had been asked kind of like to help out with this, doing like a board of directors, kind of his flow that he was doing. That would be not just him on it, or maybe sorry, Kitty, if I sorry.
That's with Clipper Airlines.
No. This like the central connect thing, Kitty. No, he had asked me about this, whether like a board of directors bus, because he was trying to get people to help out.
like in my personal notes, I said maybe like do it in two
Elite
phases.
would like to
First
explain in
level and
VC.
DC, yeah.
Did we accept
I've
the
invited
lead?
him.
He's been invited to speak.
He said it in a minute, so I think we'll just give him.
There he is.
Could
You
be
have
ready.
the floor.
Okay.
Give me a second, please. I just had a little bit of a stomach fit.
Understandable.
I mean, I'm okay with this idea, so.
Yeah, like we don't have an issue with it. I don't think.
So, I just like to clarify that I don't even remember asking Kitty to sit on the board of directors. I have you on the sign, but I really don't remember asking you that. So I just want to clarify that part. My apologies. And yes, this is going to be a relatively low maintenance, low effort project. I hope it's going to be 100 bus gates, approximately just west of the A0 and the heliport. 50 of them will be for a dedicated brand called Central Connect, that with the goal of trying to connect a large majority of cities connected by road directly to Central City, no stops. The other 50 will be for other private companies, and then there will be shuttle buses from that terminal to important locations, MRT stations and sports stadiums within Central City.
I'm fine with this.
I like it. Thank you,
Okay.
Elite, for your clarification. Anyone have any other questions for Elite? Hearing none.
No.
Hearing none. Goodbye. That's approved.
Oh wait, Kitty. One more thing. What?
Removing all other bus terminals in Central City? No.
No. This Elite is removing one terminal that he previously managed.
He's removing his. Yes.
Yeah, he's moving his. Yeah, he's moving his to a new location and embiggening it.
That's all.
Okay,
Bravo.
6B. 6 Bravo.
This looks like a really short extension.
I'm approving this unless there are any objections in the next 10 seconds.
Oh, sounds good.
Oh wait, Kitty had something else earlier. So let's try and check. Oh no. Okay. Interrail stuff.
Isn't it south of it?
I'm not sure.
Huh? I'm confused.
Can we just move on?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's just move on.
Okay, yeah.
6B. Okay, any objections?
No.
No objection.
6C, any objections?
They built the road fine, so I guess if
Yeah.
it's fine with it, I'm fine with it.
Okay,
There's
approved.
gonna be
6C.
a tunnel in 6C.
6C.
I don't have an issue so long as because it is tunneling through a mountain and not demolishing a mountain. That's fine.
He built a good road last time, so I think
Press
it'll be
it
good.
is yours, yes.
Yep. I'm okay with this.
Fine. 6D.
Okay, approved. B680.
Permission's
No.
good. Looks fine to me.
Yeah.
Cool.
Their town has pretty decent roads. I've seen their town before. I think it'll be good.
Yep, looks fine to me. Any objections?
No.
No.
Cool. 7A.
Formula
The price
MRT.
is around 5,000, so a bit more, a bit less.
Pulling up the event funding doc now.
I just calculated it up, like it wasn't like in there, but based on 8 races, that it will be 8 or 9 races. On 8 races, it would be 4,950 prize money, of which up to 3,400 can be won by a single person.
I don't see a problem with that.
Season 1 went really.
Last time.
Yeah, season 1 went really well. From my perspective, I am totally okay with this.
Cool.
Any immediate comments that anyone has on just season 1 to 2 changes? Or, I mean, I don't have any concerns with this. I think this is all fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, the prize money is fine. I know I heard some pretty good stuff about the last one, so hope ready to see the next one.
Okay. 7B has been pulled. 8A.
Did AP? Does anyone remember what exactly Broken Kidney said about the IAT back in April?
Kidney was against it. from what I recall.
Okay, I know that USSR grad technically isn't registered, but I'm still not comfortable with giving it over if Broken Kidney was outright against it.
Broken Kidney has been inactive for how long?
Years.
I know Broken Kidney has been super inactive, but it still feels kind of wrong, especially given the
So
It's
then,
been
okay.
3
So how do we?
Yes.
So then, how do we resolve the issues with Harbor in building kind of near that?
I have another concern actually of if we were to IAT it to them. So, given the historical past of this town, I'm more concerned of whether he'll bulldoze it.
I don't think that is in the plans, but like we should ask him like before. Like he didn't say his plans, or did he?
They didn't. They just said incorporate
Because
it.
I think it's just for more space to like build up to there, and I mean that's a whole different story than like changing the whole town. So
Well,
I
they're
don't.
IATing it, so they get full permissions of it. I'm just trying to make sure they're not going to
Mhm.
bulldoze it, or because as the current
Well,
rate I understand of Miwan at the moment is Harbor is getting into plans to build an airport. So the more land, Governor Airport. So the bigger the town is, the bigger airport they have, the bigger the airport is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Why don't we just have Harbor propose what he's planning to do with the town?
Well, that's the intent of why.
I'm asking him in chat.
That's yeah. They should have put that in the proposal.
Yeah.
Okay. Harbor does say
Instead of
that he wants to preserve most of it and integrate it into the kind of Republic area and just connect it with roads and stuff.
Yeah. So that seems harmless.
And maybe rail. Okay. But like it sounds like it'll be mostly just being kept preserved.
Yeah. And adding infrastructure. That.
I feel like that's kind of like the history of USSR credit is that road, because like there's like armor stand scenes on that road. To be honest,
I just say no and present it again with what you plan to do.
Well, no, I think I mean we have concerns over it.
Yeah.
Just by what the town is. So, or what the project is rather, because it's not a town exactly, in the same sense that a traditional town is. What I would say is the proposed resolution, though, is I think maybe like since all these concerns have come up, maybe don't IAT, but I think we can officially recognize that because it is not registered on the town list, that in terms of being able to expand or like build around it, I think we can say that it doesn't qualify for the 300 500 block rule protections. I would be okay giving Harbor permission to build roads into it as long as the existing stuff isn't touched.
Like attaching a road that's ends there.
So yeah, like connecting it to the existing roads, fine. Building within 300 blocks, that's waived because it's not registered on the list. But I think it still counts as significant development, and so then like still by rule still can't be like destroyed or significantly modified.
Yeah.
So I think granting a narrow okay and not a full IAT, I think that can make sense here. That makes sense to everybody?
getting
Yeah.
some minutes. Sorry.
Can we put
And
this
build
in
300
a
blocks.
nice
Sorry,
formal
can
way?
you reiterate?
So I think we're giving Harbor permission to connect the town, through road, like it has to be like it's a new road that's getting built in. So no destroying the highway bit or the armor stands. And because it's not registered on the town list, it doesn't qualify for 300/500 protection. It does count as significant development, so it can't be destroyed, but it doesn't. But Harbor does have permission to build within 300 blocks without further checks.
It's I don't know if that's on the wiki or not of US StarCraft.
It's not. There's nothing. There's no page on the wiki for it. Anyway, now's not the time to worry about that.
Yeah.
Okay, so officially it's denied, but we are giving Harbor a limited clearance to do stuff.
Yeah. Sounds good.
8B. Otto wants to IAT Jika.
Yeah, no issues.
I'm okay with this.
That's good.
Yeah, I've kind of always thought towns were kind of together anyway, so and Otto's the best one that can do it.
Okay, approved. 8C.
Yeah, that seems fair. Let me just double check. Yeah, he just be making the use of the Cessna Sedation fee 5 to be fully free and accessible. I see no problem with it.
Yeah, the prior precedent
I
that
think
he is
that's
bringing
fine.
is fine. I think
Yep.
it's good that he's trying to clear everything out to do it.
Yeah. I think that's okay. All right. I'm gonna skip. Well, do we want to do
I feel like 9B would be
9B?
quick.
Should we just let's just jump to 9B first, and then argue about 9A and call that done.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
So 9B, I'm fully okay letting Gods do this. He's done it before, and he's willing to do it again. So
Yeah, I'm fine with that. If Gods does
I'm-
need any help
I'm
from
all
us,
for
he'll
it.
definitely let us know that too.
I'm all for. I don't see me talking. Okay, but yeah, I'm for.
yeah, I'm okay with this.
Yep.
Okay, that's easy. Gods, have fun. Let us know if you need help.
Thank you, Gods.
Thank you. Okay. So now the big one. Although we had the pre-meeting, and I think a lot of us have aligned on this. 9A.
Yeah.
Who wants to go first?
Can Chief, you had some fairly strong opinions when we discussed it, didn't you?
Yes. Okay, hang on. The decision on
Otto
8C was yes, Kitty. Okay. So my thoughts really follow God's. And I am firmly against the southern extension south of the Expo line. I trust that I do trust that Otto can handle this, but there's a couple things going on here. So number one, the MRT is a landmark. It is not a transportation system. And yes, it physically does have the ability for people to move around the server, but its main purpose in day-to-day server life is more about providing a known landmark to towns to build off of. And so therefore, I don't believe that the connectivity argument has a whole lot of weight to it. And also, the marina does have excellent connectivity. It's called the Expo line. Now, the northern extension, adding a station on to the rest of the marina, that one I could be okay with. Or if we wanted to go full meme, I know that I've occasionally joked that we should extend the Marina shuttle to Hendon. That's one thing that we could do. But I mean, that's more of a meme thing than an actual proposal. But that's a whole thing.
Well, I think that if the meme thing would be a thing, then that would be for a different GSM and not for now. Let's just focus on what's there.
Yeah.
And yeah, I
Otto
think
would like to
that
talk. He did request us to talk in the channel already.
Oh,
Yep, I see it.
yeah.
Hello. Okay. I don't agree with View Chief on the actual use case because I believe there is an actual use. But if that's your decision, I respect that, and that's fine. I do want to ask specifically then about for future extension up north. That's something for another GSM. Me and Missa would be happy to build any part of this that gets approved, even if it's not completely approved. I do want to ask specifically about the connection south from the Expo line towards the Plains and Valley lines, because that does offer a similar purpose to, for example, the shuttles or other connections on the MRT that are extensions that have been proposed recently. And it does serve the AT West Transportation Hub directly towards the marina as well. So it does actually serve a purpose to do that if the extension to Stop North is approved. How does staff feel about just that section? Because that's also the original section, so to speak.
Still feel like.
Oh no, Kitty, Tom Paris actually recently constructed a pretty massive bus station there, and it's also the biggest station on the ATC corridor.
Where is it, Tom?
Tracks wise.
AT West.
South of XE6. No. 6 or 7.
Okay.
So many stations.
Oop, Kitty.
North
I
of
also
ATC.
okay. I mean, like that one. I think does have a little bit of merit to it. One of my other concerns though is I would rather see construction focused on Epsilon and Zeta terrain rather than stuff that's really close to Central City and all that. Largely just because it's the lines are built to go like far out, and having convenience routes, that's what third party transit is great for. So it's not our official responsibility to go literally everywhere.
Mm-hmm. Could I respond to that?
You're in the channel, just
Okay.
yeah.
I think that for future proposals, me and Missa will obviously keep in mind that motivation to continue more on existing lines. I know Missa's working on a desert and southern line extension proposal. Me and Missa are working on Arctic and possibly Zephyr North. We're not sure what's going to go first, but we're working together on a few things there too. Right now, we could argue priority might have to be another area for future, but for the coming weeks until the next ISM or GSM, there is enough time to build at least 2 or 3 stations. So I don't really see for a priority argument here doing much, because at that point it's just a choice between does this get built or does this not get built between these places. Even without staff, I can do that. I could even do that myself within a few weeks. The only thing that needs staff assistance would be the regions.
Well, and I'll note that the quality of stuff or your willingness to be involved, that's not what I'm concerned about. To me, the most concerning part is the location and the fact that honestly anything south of the Expo line, when that was brought up, like that was one of the most heated arguments I've seen in a while. And this is not a dig on you specifically. This is just commenting that particular section, which is a pretty important part of your proposal, was something that got a lot of controversy to it. So I would rather see extensions go out, kind of follow our existing precedent of extensions or new lines go out in the farther sections of the world based on where there is development. And then having intermediary stations along the way for new towns to start. Because, like, again, I think it's more of it's a prestige thing and having stuff nearby for towns to use as a reference point rather than actually being used as a transportation system. Because, like, if you're trying to get somewhere, you're going to use warp rail. So
For
unless you're
sure, but
right, exactly, or like unless you're someone like Cody, who, but generally most people will use warp rail.
Yeah, most.
Or roads or stuff like that. So
I don't think it will be helpful for me to point anything more out there. The target was very specifically to new members that do tend to start with the MRT regardless, but that's.
yeah,
I don't think that's gonna change any opinions, and I don't think that's gonna be very useful.
Yeah, I think that's a useful argument, but also like if you want people to go to the marina, there is the Expo line already. So
That's actually not the intention we had for the Central City portion.
still though.
It's
Anyway.
fine.
Okay.
Don't argue about that further.
Yeah, so thanks for submitting this, Otto. I think the answer, I mean, unless there's any other comments from staff.
The one stop north into the marina, east, sorry. Is that
Yeah, I guess staff, do we
because we're
well,
still we did miss and we did discuss beforehand that
doing
we'd
I
be
mean,
fine
doing-
doing just that bit as well if that's approved.
Hello? Yeah, thanks.
I mean, go ahead.
Chief?
Go ahead.
Oh no, I was just because you wanted to talk and Aldo kept rambling, sorry.
Oh, I was more just like, okay, I mean, it seems like the consensus of just the chat in general, and also just based on what we talked about, that I can see the ambition and like maybe wanting to have it go through, but I mean, now that I think about the logistics again, the logistics sound like a mess, and I think that people were getting a little too caught up in the details. So I'd rather at this point just say no to the whole thing.
Wait, sorry, which logistics exactly?
Well, if you put another station in the marina, then now I mean, like right now we kind of have a half-assed solution for the station codes and names for the current one. So I'm like, now that I think about it, I'm like, let's just not open that can of worms. And yeah.
Not today.
Any
For future extension to out of the marina, though, we would likely still have to if that's ever something the beam extension to north to Hendon would happen. No, it does not, Kitty. It is entirely possible to go out there without having to do that. Just requires a small modification to the little outside seating right north of the station.
Yeah, there is space, but
basically,
I think
there is no space to go down there before any structures. So you'd still need to go basically the same direction to go north in the future.
Anyway.
But yeah, I understand the concern.
Yeah, existing other staff, are there strong opinions on or any other opinions on the extension that I haven't covered yet?
Needless to say, I am fairly disappointed. I would have loved to start work on this, do something productive that helps, but so be it.
I mean, it definitely got the discussion out there, what is possible, like what you can do. I thought we were all always joking about the marina going north, but it seems like there is a possibility you could extend it north to Hendon. I think the discussion that generated was at least somewhat helpful of what you can do.
I do want to make one more note, and I'm not sure if Chief knows this, but Chief mentioned earlier the consensus in chat seems to be negative. We actually me and Miss actually coordinated specifically to hold a poll on this to ask people in chat, and everyone who made comments positive or negative in the planning channel to respond. We basically got everyone to respond, and consensus was actually overwhelmingly positive, not negative.
No,
Just
I was more
want that on the
commenting
record.
on.
Paul, I don't really want to comment on this too much because I've already spent too much time arguing on this. But I don't really trust that poll that much when you were basically pushing it on everyone. Probably hypocritical of me to say when I didn't even vote in it, but
Oh no, I just asked everyone who stated an opinion and put it in chat a few times when people were online who hadn't voted. I didn't further contact people to respond.
Skelly, I don't think that the way that the questions in the poll were asked were leading. I think there certainly was an element of campaigning, but that's not necessarily a flaw. I think it just means that, you know, we just have to give it a little bit of a grain of salt when we're looking at it's like this was a group. And also, Otto, I wasn't saying that I interpreted the chat sentiment to be negative on the whole proposal. I was more just like looking at a couple comments that I saw in chat from Kitty of like doing just a northern extension doesn't make sense. So anyway, and Otto, I will
did
say
ask this because we actually were worried at that point that this proposal didn't have the support that we initially thought it would get. But because if it wasn't favorable, we would have pulled it immediately at that point and gone for something else.
I will say I
concern-
certainly go ahead, Cece.
I was gonna say I think my concern over that poll is just whether people were saying yes for the meme and not about the actual merits of the proposal. Because again, this kind of whole proposal is a meme. So I'm more concerned whether people were interpreting it.
I think a lot of people were genuine, but like, how do you test that? I mean, that's a bit tough. But like,
I don't think that any better than I did here.
But
Again, that's why I say I don't think that the questions were leading. So
Well, does this give a lot more context about the opinion by so? Sorry, words are not my strong point anymore after 4 hours.
it's all good. I think we're about done. I will say just kind of in closing that Otto, I do really appreciate that you did kind of take the lead on this and just actually invoking the members can propose MRT lines when they're sponsored. Like, props to you for actually putting something together. I think generally speaking, the elements are there. It's just I think the routing and the location of where this is. I really don't think it just makes sense at this time. So
Roll line, basically. Question: would staff be okay with me and Missa coming forth with a different proposal for the next ISM?
Yes,
Or different line or different extension, because we do have a few other extensions on the roadmap.
I would say it
it's
probably
open
might be
for a
better
reason.
to. It's open for I would say it might be better to let Missa work with CC and get this current one, the next done first, and then just But if Missa's willing to take on two projects at once, then, then we can certainly consider it. So.
Yep, that's fine. Didn't mean didn't mean to overload Missa. Missa's actually seems really excited himself. So,
Okay.
I put forward this plan.
Needed.
The
Stop
other
doing world
proposal-
edits. We're not done with the meeting yet.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
Whoa.
All right. Now we're done. Cool. That's.
Oh. I was going to say Missa's actually spearheading the other areas, so let's be working together. But he's spearheading the other proposals.
Alrighty. Cool. I think we can call it then. Thanks, Otto.
Did this go better than this? Just to ask to make sure, did this go better than the discussions initially in the planning channel? Because I did.
This is during a staff meeting, so it's fairly limited for like how how the actual discussion can happen. But with
Well, of course, but it's.
we also we had a pre-meeting between when the main argument was happening and now, so I think that kind of helped out a little bit. So anyway,
Yeah.
Q&A time.
yes, Q&A time. So if you have a question that you want to ask in text, you can just put it in the meeting channel. If you would like to speak, just hit the request to speak button, and then you can ask your question there.
And for our viewers on MBS, if there is a question you would like us to ask to the staff, then you can send that in our YouTube live chat right on the side of your screen, or on the bottom if you're on mobile.
Send me your text. That's fine. Staff Sergeant Henley Diaz, first Filipino to become a gold medal Olympian for trustee, passed. Declaring Alpha Diaz to be Auburn, open bracket, spleef joke, close bracket, passed. Fireworks for trustee, passed. These polar bears for trustee, passed. Global warming for guest, passed. Harbor Random 852 for senator, passed. 4-2 bruh, which is not a number. Nominating and confirming Redwood for super premier, passed. Nominating and confirming CCC9 sus Jen Psaki for trustee, passed. Promoting anyone who beat Titsensaki in the MLS2 open bracket Gen close bracket and the losers to open bracket Psaki close bracket fails. Nominating and confirming open bracket blank space by Taylor Swift close bracket for trustee failed. Promoting Elite Neon to mod so he can't do the trustee meetings automatically passed for I am the Senate. Nominating and confirming Not Short 925 to honorable whip at the trustees passed 4-0. Not Short, I expected things from you. Nomination of the Titsensaki Ribbit Spleef Club for, quote, washed passed 2-1. Nomination frog for open bracket insert rank plus close bracket semicolon deferred for ... I am confuzzled. Nominating the word me, open bracket as in the word close bracket, for trustee, passed. Motion to move the meeting to Protocol's Motel Party in Redwood, passed. Voting on recognizing the letter J as the letter R, passed. What? Motion to recognize quote one, apostrophe one apostrophe as not a prime number, passed. That is correct. It's a string, not a number. Motion to censure Fwiz passed. What did Fwiz do to deserve being censored? Motion to recognize National as the least favored party. This was a landslide vote, 69-1. Motion to hold the next GSM at MRT International Airport, a Detroit Metro Airport knockoff. Tied 2-2. Speaker votes nay, but I forget how the trustee law works on this. Motion to demote the player that keeps breaking the scaffoldings to citizen failed. Motion for this motion to pass, passed 1-0. Motion to recognize that double quote one double quote is not a composite number, in addition to not being a prime number, passed some ridiculous amount of numbers, but that's a string, so it doesn't even work. So may I remind people that strings and numbers are very different things.
For 2069.
Should we institute drug testing for the trustee meeting before they have a meeting?
No. They have to do that by themselves. We can't. We're not allowed to interfere.
Okay.
We're not only Volp. When he was a mod, Volp was allowed to propose things, and like I would occasionally bribe people to propose things, but like
there has to be some sanctity.
You're not supposed to say that.
I said would occasionally. I didn't say every time.
That's it. I'm running /rig.
Okay, Otto, you have a question.
Q&A.
What is your? All right, I'll answer questions now. Otto, I see that you have pinged me. What is? You can go and ask your question.
Chirp.
Okay, don't look behind you.
Okay. We'll move to a general channel so that I can get the so that we can get feedback or the answers from everybody at once. So,
All right.
but are there any actual questions about anything that was discussed today? Anything that I mentioned in my statement earlier?
I think Skelly was asking earlier if you post your statement.
I can post it. Yes.
Okay. Is Dinty in here? I don't know. All right.
During the
Any
Q&A, it's during the Q&A. It's fine. You can go to World Edits now.
any other questions? This meeting has gone on for about 2 hours longer than anticipated. We need to let it keep going for 2 minutes for the meme.
We go to the post the staff onboarding meeting after this?
Yes.
Staff. If we want to head into the staff only channel just to do onboarding stuff, then we can go and do that.
We need to let it go for
I mean,
the meme.
I'm gonna try and do 20 questions here. Yeah, Kitty. Seeing that there were no actual questions, then I think we're gonna call that done. So thanks everyone. I'm going to move to those of you who are timing. We can call it done. I'm going to move into the general Discord channel here. So if people want to play 20 questions, then I'll be in there, and then staff, I will join you in the staff channel or whatever we want to do for onboarding.
Staff for onboarding, just go to the staff channel. If you
For our viewers on MBS, thanks for joining us for our coverage of this pretty long general staff meeting. We are going to be coming out tonight with a new edition of GSM Recap, recapping all of the important decisions made at today's GSM. That's going to be coming out tonight on MBS, so stay tuned for that. And you can also look at our Twitter page. We tweeted out the results of the GSM as they came along, so you can take a look at our Twitter feed for more on that. Thanks for watching our coverage of the GSM from MBS News in Larkspur. I'm Kitty Cat 11231. Thanks for watching.